Wheeling Plan Commission meeting for Thursday, July 11th, 2013 is called to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Secretary, if you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Dorband.
I'm here.
Commissioner Johnson, that's me. I am here. Commissioner Powers.
Here.
Commissioner Schaff.
Here.
Commissioner Stylen.
I'm here too.
And Commissioner Zangara.
Here.
Chairman Rafato.
Here. Thank you. Before we go to the next agenda item, I would like to make a couple of introductions for some new folks that are here. Our new Plan Commission member, Paul Zangara. This is his first meeting. We have a village engineer, John Tack, and our village attorney, Greg Smith. How could I forget Greg Smith after you told me that? So, welcome all. Thank you. Mr. Jennings, are there any changes to the agenda?
We have no changes this evening.
Do we have any citizens' concerns and comments?
No, we do not.
We do not. Okay, great. Consent items. Docket number SCBA 13-13 Prologis 1159 Hints Road and 814 through 818 Shattuck Drive. Appearance approval of monument sign. Docket number SCBA 1315 Signature Flight 1100 South Milwaukee Avenue. Appearance approval of wall signs. Docket number SCBA 1316 AMB 747 797 Glen Avenue. Appearance approval of a monument sign. Do I hear a...
So moved.
Second with a comment first.
Yes.
Comment is, are any of these new businesses in town? And maybe you should say a little something about who they are. Other than that, I'll second.
Our understanding is that they are not new businesses. Signature Flight has been at that location for a few years. The Prologis is, I believe, a corporate renaming or a corporate restructuring of some sort for the AMB property management buildings. The businesses in those buildings would be unchanged with this sign change.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Dorband, second by Commissioner Stylen. Mr. Secretary.
Commissioner Dorband.
Yes.
Commissioner Stylen.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson votes yes. Commissioner Powers.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaff.
Yes.
And Commissioner Zangara.
Yes.
And Chairman Rafato.
Yes. Moving on, items for review. Docket number 2013-12 A and B. Northgate Crossings, 100 and 250 Northgate Parkway, 2013-12A, rezoning of 100 North Parkway from I-3 General Industrial District to MXT Transit Oriented Mixed Use District, and 2013-12B special use site plan approval of a preliminary planned unit development. Mr. Secretary.
You read most of this.
Yeah, I know. You can do it again.
Matt Nix of REVA Development Partners, LLC, applicant, is seeking the following actions to establish a multifamily residential development at 100 and 250 Northgate Parkway, hereafter legally described below. 2013-12A, rezoning of 100 Northgate Parkway from an I-3 General Industrial District to MXT Transit Oriented Mixed Use District, and 2013-12B, special use site plan approval of a preliminary plan unit development in the MXT Transit Oriented Mixed Use as required under Chapter 1905 Mixed Use and Overlay Districts, Chapter 1909 Planned Unit Developments, Chapter 1910 Use Regulations, and Chapter 19-12 Site Plan Approval Requirements and associated sections to redevelop 100 and 250 Northgate Parkway into multifamily housing. The standards for special use. A zoning special use as defined in Title 19 of the Village of Wheeling zoning is a use of a parcel of land that requires review and consideration before approval due to circumstances or effects on the surrounding properties that may adversely affect them. In order to be considered for a special use, the petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at the public hearing why their request meets the conditions of the village code, including, but not limited to, how the proposed use will not damage the enjoyment or use of the surrounding properties. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that their request for a special use meets the standards established in Title 19. The Commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without a full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Jennings, this is a preliminary planned unit development, and we do have a couple of new commissioners that I don't think have, well, I know Commissioner Zangara has not, I'm not sure about Commissioner Powers, of the steps of PUD. So if you could just, at a high level, go through the steps, and then we'll ask the petitioners to come up to present.
Sure. The planned unit development process is a three-stage process, and each stage of the process has a two-meeting requirement with the village board and the Plan Commission, each reviewing the project at each stage. This item was reviewed in the first stage, the concept review last year, and is now at the first formal review stage that results in a legislative approval. That's the preliminary PUD stage. Following preliminary PUD approval, the petitioner would return for final PUD approval prior to being eligible for construction permits. The concept review stage, which is the first stage, establishes sort of the basic character of the development, location, general development style, land uses, etc. The preliminary PUD stage then follows that with additional details. There's some preliminary landscaping. The development plan at that point is considered to be more firm. And the final PUD is extremely similar to the preliminary, although the landscaping becomes more species specific. The lighting plan is added, and the way the code reads, the plat is required at that point as well. I can answer questions on the process throughout the night if there's anything else that comes up, but that's the basic description of the process.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, we only have a few hours, so we'd like to have the petitioner speak tonight at some point in time. So thank you. That was good. So any other comments about the specific petition items before us?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if we could have the petitioners come up to the podium, and is everybody going to be speaking tonight? So if you could all raise your hands at one time. Your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give tonight to be the truth? I do. Great, thank you. If you have business cards, if you could give them to our recording secretary. She needs to have those. If not, if you can come over and give her your name and business address, that'd be great. We'd appreciate it.
Sure. Matt. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm Matt Nix, principal at Riva Development Partners. I'm joined here tonight by my partner, Warren James, and a few of our key consultants who we will introduce in a moment. First of all, we're happy to be back before the Commission to talk about our concept. We were here about a year ago, and really due to issues more related, not project related to the seller, transitions in their business, the project was delayed. The good news is that the market for what we're proposing has only increased in its strength, and we've had more opportunity to follow some of the recommendations that we heard from you and heard from the village board to really improve what we think is a great plan. So I just clicked it? Okay, great. So What we'd like to do tonight, the staff did, I think, a fantastic job, a thoughtful and comprehensive report, but we're going to take a few minutes to try to touch on some of the highlights of the plans, and of course, we'll be here to answer any questions that you have. But I'd like to quickly just give you an introduction to our team and our experience. We'll get you back familiar with the project as an overview, talk a little bit about the market and the resident profile for this multifamily project that we're proposing. I'm going to ask our land planner to walk you through the site plan in comparison to the old concept plan and how it's changed and evolved. And then I'm going to ask my partner, Warren James, to walk you through the architectural plans. I would like to introduce a couple of key consultants. Joining us, Dean Antony, who's our civil engineer, principal with Kimberly Horn & Associates. Tim Doran with Gay Walton Hamilton. He is our traffic engineer, and our land planner from Lakota should be here momentarily. In addition, you'll see Kinsey Real Estate Group on their logo on the screen. Kinsey is our affiliate partner company that provides services. Kinsey will act as the general contractor and the property manager, while Riva is the developer. But the principals of both Kinsey and Riva have worked together in excess, in some cases, of 25 years. So we are very closely aligned and have worked together with each other, along with most of these consultants, for many, many years. Very briefly, on the screen, you'll see just a select few examples of the principals' collective development experience, specifically as it relates to transit-oriented multifamily development. On the top, you'll see a project, South Commons in Deerfield. That's just about 3 blocks south of the train station in downtown Deerfield, a mix of condos and townhomes. Uptown Park Ridge was a large mixed-use development developed by our principals, 184 residential units above retail in downtown Park Ridge, again, a block from the train station. And another good example would be Waterbury Place in Buffalo Grove, just a few miles north of here, backing up to the very same train tracks that we'll be proposing our development tonight. That's a project that's just being completed. While that was a for-sale project with a mix of townhomes and row homes and a few single-family homes, I think I would invite any of you to go visit that project. It's the same principles, the same builder group, same architecture, same landscape designer, and it really, I think, has the character of what we're talking about tonight. So I'd encourage you to visit that. That's off of Half Day Road, about a mile west of Milwaukee, on the south side, backing right up to the train tracks. Obviously, you're familiar with the location of the site, but I put this map here just to reinforce kind of a principle that's going to come up a number of times tonight. What really drew us to this site, a driving factor in the project that we're proposing is proximity to transportation and employment. And you'll see on that map, the blue dots represent Fortune 500 companies and major employers, and you can really see where virtually our site is located at the epicenter of the northern office corridor. As we talk about a renter, a resident, convenience, lifestyle, proximity to employment and transportation is what makes these developments and the developments I referenced earlier highly successful for the long term. So you can see here, this exhibit shows the site. It's a 21-acre site. The dotted line indicates basically the proximity of a 5-minute radius walk. And we show that really, again, to really reinforce what you already know in your comprehensive plan. Part of the site is already zoned as mixed-use, transit-oriented, MXT. And this illustrates it perfectly, that clearly it's a 5-minute walk to not only the train station, but to the aquatic center, the village campus, the future town center, and what we believe, based on the sound planning principles supported by staff and your commission and the board, is going to be a robust expansion of the town center and the future development as the land along Dundee Road gets developed. So the site itself, as I mentioned, is 21 acres. The plan we brought to you last time was the 16-acre 250 Northgate parcel, which was formerly the Kenny Construction headquarters. It was rezoned from industrial to MXT back in 2007 based on another multifamily plan, a for-sale plan, which was just prior to the downturn in the for-sale market. What we're proposing tonight and how our plan has changed is based on recommendations that we heard from staff and some of the commissioners and the board, was to pursue the parcel 100 Northgate, which is currently, it's the former testing facility, emissions facility that was converted to the Northfield Presbyterian Church. That's another 5 acres. It's the only parcel that wasn't rezoned MXT, but under the comprehensive plan, it's guided for MXT, and we think it's an appropriate expansion, and it really defines the boundaries of our project, which we'll refer to as medium-density multifamily, which is an appropriate transition from the industrial and residential as it transitions into higher density towards the town center with the plans of the properties further to the south. So this aerial shows the view to the southeast, and again, this really illustrates the talk about adjacencies. As our site, as you look to the south, you can see the proposed town center plan, you can see Heritage Park, you can see developable area with MXT guidelines, and we see that this project that we're proposing really will function as a catalyst for future development, higher density development, mixed use development. It'll bring the bodies and fill in some of the gaps for the overall town center plans. And certainly you can see the hubs of transportation, the metro station on the far, the south or the right-hand side of the picture, and certainly easy access to 294 and the office corridor. Again, similar looking to the northeast, you can see the transition into single-family and multifamily uses. You can see easy access to Restaurant Row, easy access to Lake Cook Road, even in the distance, the not too far off distance, you can see Riverwalk Office Plaza, easy access a mile away to Class A office and employment, both up and down Milwaukee Avenue and the office corridor. And the site itself, again, 21 acres. You can see the industrial, single-tenant industrial on the north side of the property with a decent green space buffer between that and the residential use. We have the train tracks buffering on the west side, and then higher density proposed PUD south of our site, and then the village center proposals. Excuse me. As I mentioned, the resident profile is really drawn by proximity to employment and transit. We see our resident profile as young professionals, seeking to reduce their commute time. We also see the proximity to the train station as a perfect opportunity for young couples that are split commuters. One would be logically located in one of the suburban offices up and down the corridor, the other one's hopping on the train to go downtown. Now, we fully recognize this is a suburban development. The residents will have cars, but what we've seen as a broad arching trend is our residents are really shying away, or it's become popular to try to limit automobile use. We see it downtown all the time with all sorts of people commuting on bikes. We see the abundant use of zip cars and alternative transportation, and this plays right into that mindset that while this is a suburban community, it really does have some strong elements of sound transit and commuter activity. Similarly, our renters are what we call renters by choice. These are residents that have the means to own, but they rent because it offers lots of flexibility. With this site, both with the existing amenities that are around up and down Milwaukee Avenue, Restaurant Row. These are people that are, by and large, young, professional, high disposable income residents that frequent restaurants. They really value easy access to recreation, which is why they're living in the suburbs, but they're looking for a balance. It's kind of a suburban-urban concept that they're pursuing. And with what's in place right now, with the Aquatic Center, we're very excited about the plans for Heritage Park, access to the Des Plaines River trails. It really just, it fits that bill of that suburban-urban best of both worlds. So this brings us to the site planning component. Did I just hear our landscape architect? Okay, great. Well, this is a good transition. I'm going to invite Scott Freres, our planner and landscape architect, to walk you through the land plan and start with the concept plan you saw last year and how we've modified and improved that plan. Scott?
If you could please raise your right hand.
I sure will.
You swear the testimony you give tonight to be the truth?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. If you can give your name and business address to our recording secretary, that'd be great.
Sure. My name is Scott Ferris. I'm a principal with the Lakota Group in Chicago, 212 West Kinsey Street, 3rd floor. Do you need my phone number? No. Okay. Thank you. I apologize for the late delay experiencing Dundee Road traffic this evening. So my apologies. Happy to be here. I've been fortunate enough to work with Matt and Warren over the years. As you know, they're presenting the revised plan, and before you right now on the screen is two concepts. One is the concept from a year ago, the approved site plan. It represents the smaller acreage, or what we call the first phase acreage. So it's apples and oranges in terms of what you see in terms of the scale that's up there. On the left-hand side, it was approved a year ago. It had slightly less building. Actually, it had the number of buildings were 8 buildings, including the clubhouse. The new plan that you see off to the right has 9, and that's in effect. Is that correct? Did I have 9? Yeah, 9 in the new. But from an increase in the site to the church site, actually brings the density down. So when you see the two plans, while we're presenting 288 units in the new plan, versus the old plan being 250, I believe it was 256. The difference is the added land to the south, which represents about another 5 acres. That's the church site to the south. The new plan, we believe, is a better plan than the old plan. The old plan was predicated on a pond or a water retention on the west side. Done a lot more homework over the last year. We've really tested the site to see what we could do to make it better in terms of a land plan exercise, in terms of the amenities, in terms of the feel, and quite frankly, in terms of the setback and buffer from the railroad. That's one of the biggest encumbrances relative to the site and laying it out, making sure that we're providing adequate screening and buffering. As we lay it out in the new plan, the beauty of it is really a continuous open space system. And what you see relative to the old plan is a series of rooms, a series of outdoor green rooms that really make up great spaces for all the units to open onto, in addition to entering the site. That's a right click, right? Oh, spin the map. Okay, let me go back here. Oop. There we go. Okay. The new site, which represents 21 acres, and that's what we're showing in terms of phase 1 and phase 2. The north half of that being 16, the south half being the church site, represents 5, 9 multifamily buildings. Each of those buildings in both of the old scheme and the new scheme are 32-unit buildings. They have inline garages at the first floor. We'll go back to the plan and look at that in just a second. There is a clubhouse facility in both of those elements. As I mentioned before, 288 units, 61% of those are 1 bedrooms, 1 bath, 31% 2 bedroom, 2 bath, a 7,000 square foot clubhouse facility which offers all the standard amenities such as fitness, cafe, theater, business center, club room, really a kind of a communal building for the whole area, and what we see as a marketing hub or the marketing center when you come into the site. That also includes a pool in the sun deck area and landscaping being a major component of the overall plan. With our pond feature now facing the front of our property along North Gate, a series of walking paths and seating areas throughout the area, really a much better plan as we walk through each of the scenarios. As I mentioned, again, nine buildings, 32-unit buildings. The density is less from a standpoint of the overall area, so 13.5 units per acre. Of the 288 units, 90 of those provide inside garages. We recognize that's less than the standard, but it's focusing on really the goals of an overall 1.9 spaces per unit, more along the lines of a mixed-use, transit-oriented type of development closer to your town center. Overall, 548 parking spaces are provided. That's what gets you to that 1.9 parking spaces per unit. We broke it down a little bit in terms of each of the areas. As I mentioned, the plan is really focused on rooms, outdoor rooms. From a sales perspective, we have units that are facing green space, and that's the most important thing. We can talk a little bit in generalities about the landscape, which I will in just a minute in terms of the flavor of it. But to suffice it to say, the landscape is only as successful as good land planning and good organization of space. We've broken it down into 4 areas. To the north and northeast of the site is the clubhouse circle area. This is really, we kind of call this the main entrance into the campus. There are 3 components of getting in off of North Gate, a southern and northern. What you're seeing on the slide, it represents the northern access. Comes into a series of buildings that focus around a common green and then orient themselves to the clubhouse. So it's kind of a front door approach. It's that marketing page perspective. We have Clubhouse Commons area. Immediately to the west of the clubhouse, to the north and to the south is a series of buildings, 5 buildings that face along a really nice linear green. Again, a continuous green space, continuous walkways, continuous open space. The beauty of this is that when you're looking at any angle of these buildings, and each of them are cocked at different orientations, we're trying to avoid back-to-back views and trying to provide more open vistas for people out of each of those units. We've also allowed this to change the road configuration. Our loop road works itself back towards the railroad tracks, back towards a diversion channel, and we've got a variety of buffer zone space in that area. So that space meanders from 50 to 75 down to 40 feet in those areas. But when we really look at it, we're looking at the distance from the buildings away from that channel, away from the railroad track. When we go back, and I'm looking at the original plan on my little sheet here, and I think about the water that we used to have here, and one of our initial presumptions was that the water would be a better buffer in terms of distance and separation. In reality, what we believe is going to be more of a noise transmission, and that water tends to carry sound over it much better and much faster. And so the idea was that greenery, some berming, and a heavily landscaped area with both evergreen trees and deciduous trees, underplantings, is going to be a much better solution. We even believe, as we've talked about it further, that fencing is an additional component that we should put into that, because that, again, attenuates some of the sound at the lower levels of the track, pushing sound at the bottom of the trains coming across that area. And we've had experience, Warren and I have had good experience working in Deerfield in their downtown center and developing South Commons, where we had the exact same idea, and how we treated it wasn't distance as much as it was planting and fence locations along those areas, and I think even Waterbury to some extent. South Pond Overlook, again, another room that focuses itself to our southern access point. This is the southernmost access, or middle access point. Southern is immediately off of this sheet. But again, buildings focused around a large open space element, that being the pond. Again, continuous pathways, access points back to the clubhouse, and we even envision this area having an overlook component where people can walk up to and actually overlook that pond, make it a nice signature piece as you come up Northgate Parkway. And then in the south, while this is phase 2 and it can be developed separately, we saw this again as another opportunity to orient the buildings both back to our pond to the north. We call this the church, the south church phase, but then also down to the south where we've got our floodway and our open space system. Again, the setback from this area back to Dundee Road is fairly significant. I think when we measured it off, it was 400 or 500 feet back from the actual roadway along Dundee Road. Give you a sense of the character of the landscape. While we don't have a detailed landscape before, we presented in our packet a landscape concept plan that shows our intent and our ideas in terms of trees, deciduous, ornamental, evergreen trees, shrub massing, and typical foundation packages. All those would be enumerated and developed further as we move through the process. But to give you the flavor of what it looks like, and we've done a number of these projects, and to show you, you can see them more physically, this is Waterbury, a Heatherfield, and it's Waterbury and Heatherfield, isn't it? Exactly. Both beautiful examples of the quality of landscape that we would intend to put in here. Naturalized shoreline or pond edge treatment, a mixed variety of perennials and flowering shrubs that would occur along the foundations and in select pockets, visual pockets as you come into the site. And really just the overall feel of a campus character, not individualized buildings with simple foundation plantings. It's the whole picture, not the individual packages. And signage, while not represented, discussed in your staff comments, but while not represented on the plan in detail, we want to show you that we look at signage from an overall programmatic standpoint. Wayfinding and signage are tied together. Wayfinding to help people orient and circulate through the site. A consistent signage package through the whole area. This is a project that we're currently working on in Vernon Hills, where we've developed an entry sign that sits out away. We probably see this down by the pond area as the arrival sequence, and then smaller signs that are access points, our main access at the north, and maybe a secondary one at the south and in the center location, and tying that signage to internal signage as well, so it's part of a package, not just something that's an add-on at the end of the process. We'll turn it over to Warren on the buildings.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Warren James.
And your address, please?
I'm at 212 West Kinsey, 4th floor, Chicago, Illinois. I am a principal of both Riva Development Partners and the Kinsey Real Estate Group. I'm happy to be here tonight to explain to you a little bit of the architecture and highlight the fact that Matt and I have had the opportunity to work together for going on 10 years, and Scott and I have been working together on a variety of projects for probably 20 plus years, as well as extensive history with Mr. Doran and a history with Mr. Antony as well. So we've got an experienced team, and we're happy to have this opportunity. With respect to the architecture, what we are presenting to you tonight is reflective of our prior work, our experience with a long history of working with Bloodgood Sharp Buster, whom is a local architectural firm with a national presence. Bloodgood Sharp Buster, based in Des Moines, has offices in Arlington Heights, very close by, and they are well renowned for their expertise in multifamily design. Included in this representative sample is pictures of BSB's prior work, as well as within that some of our prior work. The product that we're presenting for you has been specifically designed for this marketplace. This is a fully developed product. It is a 32-unit elevator-served building. We've introduced a mix of materials to create four-sided architecture and to integrate 10 individual garages that can be leased independently from the 32 units on a first-come, first-served basis. As you, the top image that you're looking at is the front elevation of the building. You can see through a mix of materials and colors, we're trying to articulate the elevation to create an interesting and aesthetically pleasing design. We've also articulated the right and left elevations to break down the scale of the building through the use of a combination of materials and transitions between those materials. The rear of the building, again, consistently we've broken down the scale of the building, tried to layer it through the use of different materials and color combinations, and similarly on the left elevation. Each of the units has outdoor living space reflected in a balcony configuration. The balconies are modest in depth, 4 to 5 feet, approximately 10 to 12 feet in width, providing people the opportunity to get out, step outside, put a chair. Not envisioned that we would have any barbecue facilities. People would go into the common area, and barbecue facilities would be provided around the clubhouse. With respect to the unit, the individual building plan, these are elevator-served buildings. Center entry, common corridor, with an elevator at the center. To the right of the elevator is a trash area. We anticipate having small wheeled roll-out trash containers that would be serviced frequently. We don't want to see large dumpsters on site. We want the trash to be collected and deposited in bags into the trash and removed from the site quickly. We also have, and I'll use the pointer here, you can see on the screen, here's the elevator, here's the trash and recycling room, and here's the equipment room. There are, as I mentioned before, there are 10 garages, 5 to the left and 5 to the right. And then on the first floor, we have a one-bedroom plan on the corners of the buildings, again, to provide fenestration character, and so would not have simply garage doors across the entire front of the elevation. On the rear elevation, this is consistent on the first, second, and third floor. The corner units are 2 bedrooms, and the interior units are 1 bedrooms. So as we go to the second floor, you will see a similar configuration on the back side of the building. The Unit E is on the corners, Unit B is in the interior, but then on the front of the building we have 2 different styles of one-bedroom plans that are over the garages. And then we have a third 2-bedroom plan with split 2 bedrooms on the corners. This bedroom is over a garage, as well as the A units. We've been careful to try and put bedrooms to bedrooms or master bedrooms to master bedrooms. Unit F incorporates a den. Otherwise, the floor plan is very similar to Unit A. So we have a wide variety of 1 bedrooms, which comprise 69% of the total unit mix, and 3 different 2-bedroom plans, the D unit and the E unit. Again, looking at the individual unit plans in a little greater detail, the Unit A is 695 square feet, and it does have a very functional living arrangement. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, walk-in closet, integral washer and dryer, stacked washer and dryer to the unit, reasonably sized bedroom, and direct access balcony from the living space. Would also like to touch on the heating and cooling. There is a heating and cooling unit for the common space, but otherwise every unit is controlled, has its individual control by a Magic Pack unit, which is a gas, forced air, HVAC system with individual control and directly billed utilities to the unit owner. That promotes conservation to the extent that the unit owner is having to pay for their own electric and gas use. It also gives them the control over their indoor climate. Unit B, similar to Unit A, a little bit larger, 767 square feet. The larger living space, but we still have 1 bedroom, 1 bath, a little larger closet space, and the washer, again, stacked washer and dryer, larger living area. Moving on to the C unit, which is a 1-bedroom plan. On the front corners of the buildings, you can see that there is a garage space here, and otherwise we have a larger kitchen area, internal dining space, and a large living room with glass on the corners, and a master bedroom suite with ample closet space and two bowls, a little bit larger bathroom space. The sister unit to that is directly above it. That's a 2-bedroom plan, where on the first floor we had a garage, and the second floor we introduced another bedroom suite, along with a enlarged laundry area, another bathroom, and another bedroom. We have an alternate 2-bedroom configuration for the D as well, slightly reconfigured. And then we go to the E unit plan, which is, again, a split 2-bedroom plan, very desirable in a roommate situation or in parents with the child, or simply for empty nester with a guest bedroom suite. Here we have the largest of the floor plans. You can see we have an internal kitchen with a dedicated dining space and a large a living area. Master bedroom suite is off of the living area here, with 2 closets, dedicated walk-in shower, double bowl, vanity, and a larger accommodation for the toilet area. We have dedicated water heater and stacked washer and dryer, and closet space for the second bedroom with its own bathroom that also serves as the powder room for this for the E unit. And finally, to the F unit, which is the 1-bedroom plus den. It's very similar in configuration to the A unit, with the kitchen, living, balcony space, master suite, walk-in closet, stacked washer and dryer, 1 bathroom here. But we also introduced the den space, which is over the main entry foyer. So we recapture that space, offer an option of the 1-bedroom den before stepping up to the 2-bedroom. That concludes the explanation of the 32-unit elevator served building. The images before you here are representative of a variety of clubhouse designs that were all designed by Bloodgood Sharp Buster to try and give you some essence of the character and the feel that we're trying to create. The specific design that we are proposing for this plan includes a center entry, a 1-story building, a lower roof structure, but interesting fenestration, and a variety of spaces surrounding the pool area. So I'm not sure if this is quite clear, but there is a pool proposed inside the U shape here. We've got some covered outdoor seating area. So as you enter the center entry, you're going to see a fireplace flanked by doors accessing the outdoor living space. To the left of the entry is a gathering space. To the right, we have place for laptops, where we'll have dedicated laptops, or personal computers for checking emails or surfing the web. Some other meeting tables here, situated around a kitchen or proximity to the kitchen space and bar area, with a window and pass-through to the outdoor space. For the leasing purposes, we come through the loggia, where we will be able to demonstrate some of the floor plans, and then enter the dedicated leasing space with the primary office here, some backroom office, its own dedicated restroom. That then links to a maintenance office and a maintenance garage facility. It does have an overhead door with the ability to pull in a golf cart, but otherwise would be used for the purposes of maintenance. Then completing the right side wing are dedicated changing rooms, bathroom, shower facility for the pool. So we will have one direct access here to the pool area, passing by the changing area. Now looking at the opposite wing of the clubhouse building, we go through a corridor here. These doors will be locked when the sales or the leasing center is closed, providing a 24-hour access, key card access to the residents. The residents will be able to access the media room, bathroom facilities or restroom facilities, a vending area, and the exercise room. This is the dedicated exercise space. It's very ample, with a yoga studio stretching area behind it, and access to an outdoor patio area. So we've given a great deal of consideration to the function, allowing for 24 access to a portion, dedicated leasing area, and the necessary space for ongoing property management. With respect to the color samples, we're very flexible. We're looking for your input and guidance. We're comfortable with each of the palettes that we presented here, including a red brick, a gray shingle, and 3 different color combinations. As I may have referenced, our proposed exterior materials include brick around the base course, the entire perimeter of the building, to varying heights, again, to create architectural interest. That is an architectural grade composite shingle, And then we are providing cement fiber siding or cementitious siding in a variety of colors, also configurations in terms of lap siding, principally on the second floor, and shingles or shingle panels in the third floor and other accent areas. Well, I think that's the end of my portion of the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there other presentations that you have tonight? Because normally we like to get all the presentations in and then ask questions after that.
We have to summarize our presentation. We have our consultants available.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to this development? No? Okay. We will close that portion and possibly reopen it again. So I will now start with our commissioners, and I will start with Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Overall, the project looks very good to me. But a few things just going through, and I realize this is just preliminary. We talked about the sidewalk along Northgate. Were you looking at extending that? Because I saw something about getting easements and everything. Is that going to extend all the way to Dundee Road for your residents to be able to get to the train station?
There is a sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. Our plan, as proposed, would include, and frankly it should have included from the get-go, sidewalk along our property frontage. We do not have any immediate plans to cross the bridge on our side of the street. We're open to it, but I think, as you may understand, a portion of the overall proposal that we'll be considering before the board involves a request for TIF support, and any incremental costs, again, would simply add to the increment that we're looking for.
The trash removal. Who is actually taking that trash out?
We would have full-time staffing on site, property management.
And they would
They
go
would
around
be
to each-
responsible for going around, taking those bins out on days of collection and immediately putting them back in to the buildings.
All right. Someone did mention fencing along the western edge by the railroad tracks. There wasn't anything on the plans we saw.
We're open to that discussion. It's been something that we've discussed internally.
I think for
It's
safety reasons.
been a very complicated design process, and that's part of what took us a while to come back to you, is managing, as you understand, there's a significant portion of the site, especially the church, is within the floodplain and some parts within the floodway. So it's been a balance of trying to elevate the site and still meet our earthwork objectives and again, provide the required detention. Part of our ask as well is to utilize some of the compensatory storage that's being created in Heritage Park dedicated for this purpose. So again, it's a balance between the green space, the size of the detention pond, the bounce, and all these factors. While we had enough detention on the other plan, we couldn't park it the same way we can park this plan. When we went back and included the church, we had to address the fact that the church site only has one developable acre of 5, that is otherwise not encumbered by floodplain.
I would like to see some type
fences.
of, I would like to see some type of fencing there, more from a safety standpoint than a noise standpoint for me.
Yep, understood. And again, that whole issue of trying to get a berm up there is a function, well, we've got the diversion channel that we've got to get down to, and trying to go up are cross purposes. So yes, agreed.
The traffic study that's referenced in our material, I noted it was done in 2007. Would you be doing a updated traffic study before we get too far along? As one of you experienced the traffic on Dundee Road today, trying to get here.
And on Northgate Parkway,
Yeah.
since the bridge is under construction.
Right.
Commissioner Johnson, or is it Chairman Johnson? No, Chairman Ruff.
Chairman Ruff.
All right. Commissioner Johnson, my name is Tim Doran. I'm Director of Transportation Planning for Gowalt Hamilton Associates. So we did a preliminary traffic evaluation updating the 2007 project. We used some of that data, but we essentially did a memorandum, a brief memorandum, since the evaluation done in 2007 did a little more extensive evaluation. We compared the uses that were on site, which was Kenny Construction Company and the church, and the traffic that they generated, to the new uses by the now 256 is the number? 258 townhomes. Actually, we're a little high. We evaluated 288. So we're about 10% high. And I thought, I looked, it was, Mr. Jennings.
If I could just interject, this is the last item in your packet. It's right after the utility plans.
Okay.
And there's three
I saw it, but I saw that date jump out at me, the 2000.
Yeah, that was the old traffic study that was done by KLOA, and it was done in 2007 for Lexington Homes. That's a study here. It was kind of a different product. There's only 144 townhomes. And so we compared the uses that were there to the uses that are now planned. And in summary, there's more traffic than the uses that were there. I mean, the church generated very little, if anything, during a weekday. It was a weekend operation. Kenny Construction Company was mostly inbound with employees and then some construction vehicles in and out. So the residential units will be, it's interesting because Northgate Parkway is such an interesting use from Dundee Road all the way up to Lake Cook Road and further, I think, goes to Johnson Drive. It's a lot of industrial/office, light industrial uses. So most of that's inbound in the morning. And the nice thing about residential is most of it is outbound in the morning, inbound at night where they're going out. So it's an opposite flow, but there is some more traffic. And if you look in the report on the table, it compares the old land uses to the new land uses. But to put it in perspective, I'm always very cautious when I talk to planning commissions or village boards to minimize traffic. Nobody likes it. You're all stuck in it. It's about an extra trip every minute or 2 minutes, and that is the difference. Just quantifying it and dividing it up. So it's not like enormous hordes of traffic, but it is more traffic than the previous land use.
That's 60 trips an hour.
60 an hour, about 1 a minute.
Yeah.
Right, 1 a minute. Or in the AM peak hour is about 30 trips an hour, so it's about 1 every 2 minutes. And Northgate Parkway, by the way, has lots of capacity to handle that. It's carrying about 7,500 cars a day and with a turn lane in the middle. So that kind of roadway could carry probably up to in the area of 14 or 15,000 cars a day before it reaches those things that traffic engineers talk about, levels of service E and F. So that's sufficient.
I was glad to see the elevators were added to the plans, because I know when you came last time, there were no elevators. I'm glad to see that. I think that's all I'm going to say for now. I know there's a lot more with the fire department.
Well, if you
Their
have any
report.
comments, we can incorporate it into our discussion here, because there are questions around that, but if not, we can.
I'll
Okay, great.
pass
Thank you.
for now.
Commissioner Schaaf.
Thank you. I'd like to add to Commissioner Johnson, thank you for considering Wheeling and for your project. In my mind, it's just an ideal location. I have some issues with parking. I'm not I am a fan of garage parking. I understand that there is a need. I think you're a little short in my mind. there should be more. I have no idea how to incorporate that. We just, the commission just went through an exercise for the parking, and the reduction in the total parking, you seem to meet that. During bad weather, snow especially, it seems to me you have to have a plan where to put that snow, and that could be a problem. I don't know. I'm glad you changed the pond, because I experienced that those same railroad tracks actually run through Wisconsin, and I was on a south end of a lake where the tracks were on the north end, and you could hear that train just as if you were standing right next to it. It does need to be buffered, and it sounds like, or looks like, you're going to plan for that, because some of these trains running through there keep people up, especially if they're not used to it. The traffic. The traffic on Northgate Parkway is horrendous at times. It's backed up all the way almost to Wyland, to the Wyland warehouses there next to Lake Cook, and it's nasty. It's just nasty. You're going to add to that. I don't know how to resolve that. I still think there's going to be more cars than you anticipate in the project. It takes up more space, more of that unreserved space. I don't know how you can address that. The total parking area is decent, but like I said, bad weather really causes some problems. The garage units, I'm glad to see that you have some. I really think you'll need more. I know that there have been studies around that show that the garage, rental is more predominant in bad weather. But I really think it's better to incorporate it now than it is to go back like some of these places that we've built on Milwaukee Avenue that after the fact they went and built garages. I hate to see you have to do that. I would like to see some more. The other thing is, in your presentation, there doesn't seem to be any storage space within the units. You say, under the steps for bicycles. That's kind of tough. Can't have them outside. That just leads to a disaster. But where are people going to store, things? Walk-in closet? I don't know. Is that what you have planned?
Let me get to the right spot here.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't reference this earlier. We do have some storage space within the building. There's some storage space in the second floor and the typical second floor and third floor, here and here, depending upon the second and third floor. And the expectation is to utilize that space to demise it with cages for individual storage space. Otherwise, storage is to be within the unit.
Within the unit?
Yes. And the garages. Obviously, with 10
Sure.
garages, those people that rent the garages, there's ample storage within the garage.
Right. And typically what happens is if more storage is required, they tend to leave their vehicles outside and park at the garage door and use that for storage space. And that'll mess up a lot of things. It just seems like, although you've only got the two areas, I think you should consider more storage area.
Okay.
I'll leave that alone. I'm not so sure. I know Wheeling is trying to maintain an 80% masonry, brick type buildings. And tell you the truth, I have no idea what this fiber composite looks like. To me, it looks like EFS, and that is not a good siding for what you're proposing. I would hate to see these buildings under continual maintenance. I like brick, lots of brick. I understand that you need some type of other siding to give the building character, and that I'm not opposed to. But I would like to see a little more brick or stone or something like that in your plans. Mr. Chairman, that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stylen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, you know, I am led to believe that there's a difference between the normal processes that we do for normal developments and this three-phase PUD process. And, you know, I hear things like, I'd like you to consider, or I think I would like you to do this and that and the other thing. And I'm under the belief that once we approve the preliminary plan as part of this docket, that it will be very difficult to change a lot of things like parking, configurations of buildings, placement of things. Could you explain to the difference in what the preliminary plan really locks us into in the future for the new commissioners? Because I'm not sure they may understand the real intent and purpose of the preliminary approval that we're doing this evening.
Sure. The preliminary approval is, I would say, more dissimilar from concept than it is from final. The amount of detail that's included in the preliminary approval is going to be the locations of these buildings, the parking ratios, the general appearance of the landscaping. What gets added is going to be more precise detail on the landscaping, more precise detail on the lighting. So the plan for preliminary is going to be extremely similar to the final. Once final approval once preliminary approval is agreed to, the final approval does not necessarily require a new public hearing, as long as it follows within 6 months of the preliminary approval. So the preliminary approval is is a very significant step in this process.
Thank you, Andrew. The first thing that I had on my "why did you do this" Right, because, I mean, I really like your development. I think it will be a good fit. But my first comment was, why did you move the pond? I had originally thought that the pond would be an excellent buffer between the railroad tracks, both from a hearing standpoint, but also a visibility standpoint. You know, I now hear from a commissioner and your people that maybe ponds aren't so good for the hearing aspect, that they might actually transmit sound a lot easier. But I think too, the visual impact of being, do you know how close you are to the railroad tracks from the, let's say the face? Now you called it the garage area of the front of the building, and the area that faces the nice green space, the back. So I considered them completely different. So bear with me if I get my right and left, back and front goofed up occasionally. But how far are you going to be away from the railroad tracks typically?
Well, first, let's understand that we are immediately adjacent to the diversion channel. That separates us from the railroad right-of-way. And then you go to the railroad right-of-way. And as Scott referenced in his plan, we have anywhere between 40 and 70 or 75 feet to the road, and then, the buildings. So we are, I don't have the exact numbers. I can get them to you. I could respond to that. But we're well over 100 feet away. Andrew, I don't know if you have them at the top here.
I'm looking, I'm looking right now to see if I can figure that out.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 40 feet minimum setback from our property line to the edge of curb or the back of curb. Then you get to the diversion channel, which is probably another 80 feet or more across. Then you get to the railroad right-of-way. So compare this with similar.
How about that building? I can't.
So then you've got parking space of 20 and another 24-foot roadway width. And so you've got another 44 feet here. So you're about 80 or 90 feet to this building corner. You're obviously much further with this building and this building. Then you've got the diversion channel. Then you've got the railroad tracks. I'm very familiar, because I've had the opportunity to develop a number of sites proximate to railroads. Waterbury Place, for instance, in Buffalo Grove, has a rear-loaded townhome product, 3 stories, that is approximately 75 feet from the first rail to the windows.
And when you say rear-loaded, is that the garage access?
Meaning the garages on the lower level, the primary, the kitchens have a balcony on the second level, bedrooms are on the third level. So it's a 3-story structure. Similar product type was developed very successfully at Deerfield. Distance between the bedroom windows and the first rail of tracks there, 65 feet. Single-family homes in Glenview, 75 feet setback. So I've got a lot of experience. We understand the sound attenuation. We understand managing expectations. I'm actually very comfortable with this site because we have the distance. Distance is the best, no question about it. The further away from the tracks are, the lower, the more the sound attenuation. I do also concur with the assessment of noise traveling over water. It just simply doesn't get dampened. There's nothing there to absorb it. It reflects off of it, and you can hear things very clearly over stretches of water. It's also a very complicated site. Dean would probably attest to that in terms of the variety of the soils conditions that we have to deal with out there and trying to accommodate the drainage and also to bring the site up out of the floodplain. And how do we get our drainage from the back to this front pond, which we think is much more appropriate here as an aesthetic feature to the site, rather than hiding it behind the buildings along the railroad track.
Interesting. Like I said, my initial impression was, why did you do this? But I think, again, with the appropriate buffering, landscaping, fencing, that, maybe maybe it does do better than just a flat water surface that,
We've convinced ourselves of that.
okay. The next question is kind of strange, and bear with me while I ask it. You know, you've talked about your Southern Commons and Uptown Ridge and Waterbury Place and the Oaks, and I've looked at those, and they all are or appear to be mixed uses of one shape, form, or another. Some have townhouses and row homes. I think the Oaks has apartments and row houses and stuff. I mean, but there is a definite mix of residential uses within all of these developments. When I look at this, at least the things that we have proposed tonight are just apartments, right? Nothing more. I'll call it, rather than mixed use, it's single use. And that bothers me a little bit, only because this is supposed to be an MXT area. If you look at the MXT definitions, it calls for mixed uses, having commercial or commercial adjacent or whatever. And I'm just wondering why you wouldn't be asking for just a plain old R4 or residential use, where this is the kind of, you know, PUD that would be normally placed into that kind of a development. You know, the concept that bothers me a little bit is that in the MXT ordinance, while it calls for a mixture of uses and that we'd like to see, you know, I think one spot it says commercial on the first floor and whatever, there is an out, if you will, that says it could be all commercial if the adjacent parcels have some commercial accents that your parcel could make use of. And it bothers me a little bit, because if we put in a solely residential oriented use on this property, that means the next MXT guy, if he won't have that luxury of having that out, because you already use the adjacent parcel. You kind of see what I mean?
Sure.
So I'd much rather have you have a residential designation and a residential use than you can do, you know, I think. Andrew, there's nothing significant different between a residential use and an MXT PUD use, right? Both could be the same. And I just worry that it places maybe an undue burden on the next guy that comes along, because now you've used that out condition. And I'd ask Andrew first, or if you want to comment.
Well, the zoning is on the north parcel, which is roughly 16 acres. The zoning is in MXT zoning. So the plan that they're proposing has the zoning as a given on it. I'm not sure that I understand the question. The interchangeable terminology of use and zoning, but the zoning was a given for them, that it was an MXT zoned parcel. I suppose they could rezone it, but the land use that they're proposing is permissible in the MXT. As you noted, it is not required to be mixed on the site if it's demonstrated that the surrounding parcels can be or are currently going to provide a mix of uses. So I think in our review of this, that condition is satisfied by the proximity of Dundee Road. I think it's generally understood that Dundee Road is the more likely commercial site with its traffic patterns than this site, but That's just from my perspective. I don't know if you have any additional comments.
If I can make a comment as well, I note that that this commission and the board have also considered the concept of this development as a rental development and given it the go-ahead to get to this phase. I think that the issue regarding rental versus ownership may be beyond, the horse may be out of the barn because the concept has been blessed by this commission and the board. It could be discussed perhaps, but at this point, they were given somewhat of a green light by the board to pursue at least the concept of a 288, though at the time it was less, unit rental development.
Yeah, I have, maybe I'm wrong, but I assume if it had a residential designation of some kind, that apartments could be built in, an apartment PUD could be constructed in a residential designation, and then you wouldn't have, then the concept of anything commercial would not be applicable. We probably wouldn't even allow commercial development, mixed use in a residential area. So that's my only concern, and I think I would be a lot more comfortable with a residential type zoning, and I don't think the residential zoning changes any of the character of what you're trying to do. As a matter of fact, I think it would be a much more natural fit to residential zoning than this MXT classification. So, that being said, that's my opinion. Next thing is the masonry. I agree with Norm. I think IFAS, EFAS, drive it, whatever you want to call it, cement fiberboard, whatever. It's great for accents and above and around windows and stuff like that. You can really do some nice creative things, but I'd like to see a lot more masonry type appearance.
Sure. I might just like to clarify, and again, I'm going to invite my colleague Warren up, to really, if there's hardy siding and EFAS are absolutely, there's no similarity in terms of those two products. That's not what we're proposing. So, Warren, maybe you can talk to that.
Hardy is the brand name for cement fiber siding. It is a cementitious product, doesn't burn, doesn't warp, doesn't split, doesn't rot, impervious to insects, and comes with a 30-year limited warranty. I've used it in my own home. I would really think twice about ever putting cedar siding on a structure when you have such a suitable alternative as this. It's got a great look. It comes in a variety of colors. You can stain it whatever color you want, and it stands up tremendously over time. It's a very desirable product. And again, with respect to the use of brick, I'm a big fan of brick, but I think that when you go to an all brick or too much brick, it becomes a very heavy institutional type feel. It becomes more of a dormitory than a more interesting, ornate building with a lot of architectural style, character, variation. I think that's the beauty of introducing a variety of materials.
Commissioner Stein, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I know it's your turn, but do you have examples of where you have used the Hardy board? You're calling it's Hardy board, right? Is that the Hardy?
James Hardy is the manufacturer. There are other manufacturers of cement fiber and composite siding. Louisiana Pacific is probably one of the biggest competitors to James.
So with that said, it's not EFAS, which we have seen many times.
EFAS that's a dirty word. Obviously,
so,
a lot of issues.
So examples, if you can give us examples where we can go and see it, would be very beneficial specifically, and probably specifically on, well, I guess a mix of, we've used in residential and also commercial. So we can get that, and we can look, as you can tell, we've already had two commissioners say that that they want to see more brick and I'm sure there's others on the board that will say the same thing. So if we can get examples of that, so we know what we're really looking
Sure.
at, because when we see that, we always think of EFS. So that's our reluctance of going down that path.
Understand there's a substantial difference between the product. This comes, in boards that are individually nailed to the substrate, whereas EFS is a foam core panel that is finished with a cement-like substance, but it's markedly different. Just apples and oranges.
Okay, thank you. I too would like to see some more garages. I know it's going to be hard for you to get them in your development, but I also think, and I thought I heard somewhere that we'd like for you to have larger units. So if you increase the size of your units, that means you would have a few less units per building, but if you still keep those 10 garages per unit, you are in fact changing the ratio of garages to units. Likewise, maybe if you change a couple units from single bedroom units to double bedroom units, maybe the computation of garages comes out a little bit better. And before I leave my zoning question, I really liked your Oaks development in Vernon Hills. I hope you guys are the developers of that. I mean, that's really nice. It's apartments with a few townhomes thrown in to boot, and that's really what I'd kind of like to see here, but, apartments can do. Street lighting. What kind of lighting fixtures are you going to have? Are you going to have street lighting per se? Are the streets going to be village streets? Are they going to be private streets in the development?
We would submit a full lighting plan, including the proposed standard. Sorry, I don't have it here tonight. With photometrics, they would be private streets, and they'd be privately maintained street lighting system as well.
How about the type of fixture? I haven't seen anything.
We'd have to come back to you. We did not provide that selection within this package.
Okay. I mean, I'd really like to see that information, maybe not the photometrics, but the lighting standards and where you're going to put them on the buildings, or if you're going to have some lighting in, the streetways, et cetera. Sidewalks, especially along Northgate, got to have a sidewalk. And something that I'd ask you to consider along, I'd like to see some walking path around the entire perimeter of your property. I think it'd be nice to be able to walk around the whole thing, and then maybe an easement somewhere over by the railroad track creek area on the southwest corner of your property, that maybe we could get the person who comes next to the south to have some kind of access agreement, and then maybe we could get a footbridge or something that people might be able to.
I want to make sure I understand. I'm kind of using the highlighter here. The southwest corner here,
Yeah.
or the southeast corner over here?
The other side, southwest,
Southwest.
over there.
Here.
I think if indeed the property to further south develops, I mean, it's going to be hard to get across the creek, but, we have little footpath bridges in town, and it's in a TIF area, so maybe we might be able to negotiate. But if we can get a cross-access agreement somewhere around there, if you do have a walking path that traverses down that area, I don't know, what the designation of that open space, if you can develop it at all, or, could you put a walking path in there? I don't know if it's in
here or along the western boundary?
on the southern boundary along the creek, somewhere down there, right? I don't know.
Explore alternatives. All of this area here is floodplain, parts of it floodway.
Right.
Obviously, it drops down into the diversion channel, which cuts between the two parcels, and then it turns to the north. So I would really wrestle with putting a pedestrian path back here, because we're trying to get the slope to rise as quickly as possible from the diversion channel and then come back down to the road so that we can get some elevation. In order to introduce a walking path, we'd have to level it off, build a plateau there, and I think that's going to interfere with our objectives of creating more of a landscape buffer. It tightens in this area too, again, taken away from the landscaping. So I would prefer to dedicate this to a landscape buffer and screen that's going to develop, improve over time, and then keep the circulation internal. You notice that we do have a great deal of connectivity within here. We also have curb-attached walks around the perimeter here. So people will be able to walk around the entire perimeter, and of course we're going to pick up the sidewalk along Northgate and then pick it up in here as well. So I'd like to stay away from pedestrian paths on the western edge and reserve that space for landscape buffer.
I hear you, but maybe just reconsider it one more time, because, you could put a sidewalk right up to the curb of where the cars are parked on that western edge, and people could walk or ride their bikes or whatever they're going to do, and it'd only be 5 foot or so that, maybe you might be able to squeeze it in. And while we're on sidewalks, to go from the western north side apartment, or the complex, and I forget what you called it, to the south end complex south of the clubhouse. So the north side of the clubhouse and the south side of the clubhouse, there's no walking path shown on your diagram to go from the north group of buildings to the south group of buildings, and maybe you just need another walking path by the...
Are you referring here, a linkage
right
in
there.
here? Yeah, I think that's easily accommodated.
That way you interconnect everything by the interior sidewalks. And as long as we're on the interior areas, I think you said something about barbecue areas and whatever, and I really didn't catch.
We would not allow barbecues on the balconies. Okay. Not a good practice, and instead we would accommodate them at the clubhouse area.
Would you be willing, I think in a couple locations, maybe at the center of each of your, what did you call your pod areas, the aisle?
Yeah. So the clubhouse commons would be this green space in here.
But you called that north set of buildings something, and the little...
We actually, just to compliment the planning staff, we took their terminology, the clubhouse circle area, which I kind of thought was nice, and the clubhouse greens. And maybe just to make one clarification, while we've tried to provide a very detailed plan, we recognize that this is still preliminary approval. So to your point, Commissioner Stalen, our objective is absolutely to promote the best possible pedestrian experience for our residents. So we want to encourage that experience. And I think, if given the opportunity to proceed, our final detailed landscape plan is precisely what you're going to really want to key in on. Where did we determine were the most attractive, most appropriate locations to really circulate the pedestrian activity? Where were the best areas to create exterior amenities? As an example, around the clubhouse, that's a clubhouse footprint, and we've got a sort of a generic pool programmed in there. That's an area that we really emphasize to our residents. We anticipate outdoor cooking areas, outdoor seating areas, fire pits. We'd probably like to do what's become popular, a bocce ball court, and, so all those sorts of amenities are precisely what our residents are looking for in terms of lifestyle. We're just not at that level yet, but I think what you have in mind is precisely what we intend to promote.
Good. But getting back to the barbecue concept, I think there might be a nicety to have some gazebos and barbecue local areas within your little clusters. You had a name for your little cluster areas, and I can't remember.
I think he called green outdoor
rooms. Yes.
So this would be a room, for example. You'd have a barbecue, dedicated seating
and maybe
area.
a little gazebo of some kind or seating area or something. I just think the clubhouse, I guess right now it doesn't appear to have any kind of real meeting area where a family could get together and maybe have a small party or something like a lot of condos do. But in the future, as your retail areas and whatever outgrow themselves, maybe those areas could become some more used for other purposes. Let me just put it
We're on the same page, and I would take it a step further. Unlike condos that don't necessarily have full-time on-site maintenance staff and professional management staff, the clubhouse is the epicenter. That's one of the key marketing components. It's the lifestyle that we create for our residents. So, that's absolutely a component of the resident lifestyle that we invest regularly to create. We want people to come to the clubhouse. We want them to host parties, meet friends, use the computers, use the media center, and really enjoy the outdoor space. So we're on the same page, no question.
No, but if I've got my girlfriend coming over, I don't want to have to run out to the clubhouse to grill a steak and then
So you're saying
bring it back
small?
to...
Yeah, sure. Understood.
So that's barbecue area, gazebos, elevator. I didn't see elevators specifically listed on our set of plans, but it did look like there was a rectangular area that could accommodate an elevator, so I assume that's, somebody said there was going to be an elevator.
And if I could touch on that real briefly, we've talked about garages, sizes of units, mix of bedrooms, things like that. And we really study all those components to try and come up with the best building, because there's trade-offs in every. More garages mean fewer units, mean less ability to have activity on the ground floor, units on other sides. The elevator is a pretty good example of that. The standard, what I'll call garden apartment building, throughout the area that's ubiquitous, does not have an elevator. Elevators typically have been reserved to mid-rise buildings, condo buildings. When we did our analysis, we've tried to create, and this building is a building that we've spent a tremendous amount of time putting together all those parts and pieces so it comes together in a highly functional, highly efficient, but very livable building. And an elevator was one of the key things that we think takes it to the next, what we'll call the next generation of suburban apartments. We felt that was key. It's not critical to make it to the third floor or the second floor and use the elevator. As a matter of fact, most of our residents won't use that elevator. However,
unless you're carrying groceries or...
But it's the flexibility, and we said it's worth the investment to put that elevator in this building because it opens up a market to us that wouldn't otherwise necessarily be there. We see the aging populations, we see empty nesters that maybe aren't excited to run out and buy a new home or buy a condo. But the prospect that they don't have to live in the apartment that they lived in when they were in their 20s and walk up 3 flights of stairs is attractive. At the same time, there are plenty of very able-bodied people that are going to park near an entrance that there's 2 entrances on the rear of the building and 1 center entrance served by the elevator. People will park, they'll use those stairs because, they can climb stairs and it's just a lifestyle decision. But the point is that we've put this building together, the ratio of the parking that we believe is supported in the marketplace, the people that want the parking and want to pay for that parking. Similarly, we believe that the investment in the elevator will attract residents as they look at our competitors. So we've tried to come up with those elements and make it overall an economic benefit and attractive building for our residents. And that's one of the reasons we did that.
Let's see. One of the concerns, I think, is traffic, right? Northgate is horrendous in the evening hours. But on the other hand, I think you have a good opportunity because at the evening hours, while most people are trying to get out of Northgate, off of Northgate to the outside world, people that are going to be coming to your site are going to be accessing Northgate versus trying to get out. So I think you provide potentially a balance that doesn't exist today. I'm not sure that the traffic study really showed any of that, but I think it's a good complementary use. I would assume in the morning a lot of people are going the other way and your people are going to be leaving. So again, I think I
was in front of our site about 45 minutes ago, and I would have much rather be making a left turn onto the site than heading south towards Dundee. So
exactly.
Right.
So I think really, while the street, I don't think could accommodate 70,000 whatever traverses a day, but I think you will be very complementary to the traffic pattern, and I don't think that you will make it much, if any, worse. I think you'll actually kind of fit in as a natural. I do have a couple concerns about the heating, ventilation, air conditioning thingy room appears to be mounted on the balcony space from the plans. Do you know, is the air conditioner compressor physically mounted on that balcony projection?
No, that is actually a conditioned space that projects from the building. It happens to be co-located with the balcony because we can disguise it a little bit better. Let me go to the floor plan.
The only reason that I ask is in the past we've had some problems with putting air conditioner compressors on balconies because that little projection tends to vibrate and enhances the noise.
Not a big fan of putting AC compressors on balconies. This is actually a dedicated space. You can see adjacent to the B unit, this is a closet. There's a single unit that directly exhausts air through a grill. So the compressor and the heat exchanger are all in one unit, easily serviced by a service door on the balcony, but otherwise it's enclosed space. It's indoor space. It simply exhausts that hot air from the air conditioner condenser through a grill that's on the elevation, but then the return and supply ducts come through the wall and through soffits in the ceiling to service the unit. Again, the benefit of it is that we provide individual control and individual utilities to the unit owners. So you can see it located here. Maybe I can go to the individual unit plans and you see it in greater detail. So you can see the solid lines indicate a building exterior wall or unit exterior wall. So there's the grill that would be hidden behind the railing of the balcony, but then we have an access panel here so we can get to it.
Right, but the room that's immediately below that, will it see, what
These
is...
are stacked, one on top of the other, all 3 stories.
Right, so there will be a 6-foot maybe projection in the...
We've integrated that, and look in the corners here, we've integrated it into the building here, between, next to the balcony. Same with the D unit. The E unit over here, same thing. We tried to bury it as much as we can aesthetically, but still put it in a functionally useful location.
Yeah, again, I'm worried about having the compressor itself on the balcony projection.
I think I now understand your question. The balcony structure is separate and apart from the floor structure that is supporting these closets.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. And if it can vibrate that balcony itself.
Balcony is not part of the structure that encloses this. So the balcony, in this instance, there's a ledger, and there are stringers here that support the floorboards of the balcony, but this wall here goes all the way down to the foundation.
And
so
it's
that
a
is the
physical
foundation wall.
part of the apartment itself as opposed to being a part of the balcony.
Correct.
Okay, that's my misunderstanding then.
It's not part of, it's separate. It's a separate part of the structure, independent of the balcony.
Right, okay, that's fine. Then there won't be any, I think my concern about vibration and noise will be mitigated. All that space to the old church property, where it is floodplain and floodway, is there any chance of using that space for any kind of recreational use? A tennis court probably couldn't do that in a floodway, I don't think. A volleyball court, maybe?
Yeah, that's, a use that would not introduce additional impervious surface, and it can be inundated. A use of that nature, certainly we could accommodate it. We also would consider dog run or something else to address those uses.
Good. Okay, I'd like to try to make some kind of use of that space if it's at all possible. I understand that there's...
Yeah, the existing building is pretty much in this location where Building B is. It's in the northwest corner of the parcel, and pretty much 1 out of 5 acres is buildable on that site.
Your trash areas, that bothers me a lot because my son has recently moved into an apartment in another town, and he had a lot of new furniture delivered, and there were a lot of boxes and stuff, and the trash area at his place had an outdoor refuse bin that was overloaded with cardboard boxes, old mattresses that were being discarded, stuff like that. Is your trash area doesn't seem to be large enough to accommodate some of that, I hate to say messiness, but the kinds of junk that people can dispose of.
We've heard comments from another commissioner on this very point, Commissioner Johnson. Perhaps you could share other developments that your company's undertaken with a similar setup that has worked or has not. Could you share some of those experiences with us, please?
Traditionally, any single-family development has individual garages or individual garbage cans with regular collection, weekly or biweekly. We would simply schedule the pickup to accommodate the volume of trash. We do not want to have large trash facilities if we can avoid it at all possible. We don't want to collect a lot of garbage on site. We want to collect it and get rid of it. There is ample room in here for multiple trash bins. This room is approximately 20 feet long and 8 feet wide. So there is room in there. We want to keep the garbage enclosed until it's ready to be taken out and then get rid of it. So the plan is to have both garbage and recycling accommodated in this space here. Then, of course, we also have the clubhouse facility and the on-site maintenance staff with golf carts. So if there are larger things, we will address that. Larger things to be removed, we can address that through special pickup we're making arrangements through management.
Okay, yeah, I just think, the people, at least from what I've seen, can throw out some really ugly stuff.
Sure.
And,
I just to add to what Warren just said, really this is again kind of this idea of taking the traditional apartment to the next level, and this is really represents the service side of it.
Could you speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
I'm sorry, this would represent kind of the service side of the project. Typically, there are dumpsters, enclosed dumpsters. It's usually something that you probably spend a lot of time reviewing what those dumpsters look like. But the fact of the matter is, in smaller scale buildings like this, there wouldn't be a trash chute and a trash compactor on site. It's typically the responsibility of the resident to take their trash bag in the morning, and hopefully it's not too far to go to deposit that trash. A lot of times, and I've seen it all the time, people driving with the door open to the entrance where they drop their trash bag or throw it in the hood of their car, because oftentimes they're located one dumpster area serves multiple buildings. We don't have that here. We're actually investing. We're giving up space that perhaps could be a garage to accommodate a trash room for a smaller building on site to really provide that service to their residents. They merely have to deposit it on their way out. Our service staff is rolling out those hoppers right before the pickup and putting them right back in. So there really is no evidence throughout the property of any sort of trash. And you avoid the fly dumping, the guy who's moving out and wants to toss his couch and doesn't care what happens. I mean, it's far more conspicuous when there's no place to put those things. So we really avoid that.
hopefully.
We do. With full-time, stringent professional management and strong leases, you can have success in maintaining control of your property, and that's what we intend to do.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll let somebody else have a chance for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been going at this for an hour and 45 minutes. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Meeting is back in session. We will continue on. Commissioner Dorvan.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I have the same question that Mr. Stylen has, and that's that the MXT, you explained it, but I guess I'm still not sure, but I'm going to accept your explanation. First of all, I've read through your website and looked at all the things that you've done, and you've done some marvelous things. So I'm looking forward to you doing that for us. And I hope I can hold you to it. Bear with me while I've done some investigation of what this cement board is. And if you'll bear with me, I'll read to you what I've found. Conventional masonry materials include brick, concrete block, natural and cut stone, and traditional cementitious stucco that is applied over concrete masonry base. Masonry is defined by the American Society for Testing Materials, ASTM, as the type of construction made up of masonry units laid with mortar, grout, and other materials of joining. The mere presence of cement in a building material does not make it masonry or concrete. Take fiber cement board, for example. In the ASTMS Table of Contents, Section 4, construction masonry and fiber reinforcement cement products are listed separately. Fiber cement board is not considered a masonry product, but a siding that is installed by nailing wood to framing, such as vinyl, aluminum, and other siding and products. Having said all that, I know that there are benefits and I know that there are drawbacks to that product. However, our code was written with the intent that brick would be used. Some of our most admired projects are brick. It seems to me that we've made other projects do brick. And it would seem to me that by doing anything less for your project, we would not be using the same standards for them that we would be asking of you. So that's kind of where I'm coming from as far as the cement board is concerned, because I'm not a big fan of the cement board. The other thing is I did hear someone down the road say they talked about the size of the units, and I've brought this up on numerous times, and I really would like to see us change our code, and have brought it up at our last meeting, and would like to see if we can't do that for this project. In the minutes as I went through them from their last meeting, one of the questions, and I came from then Chairman Rufato, who is now up, was the increase in size of the balconies. So I would like to ask you if you have increased those sizes, because that was something that was brought up at our last meeting. And the storage for residents, I know that someone else brought that up, and I too feel that, we need to increase storage area. People have stuff. And I'm a firm believer that, the more stuff you have, the more you're going to collect, or not. But in this case, I just think it's not enough. Also, I'm just curious, maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought we were going to see materials tonight. Am I wrong, Andrew? Did I misread that?
Do you have any hard sample available?
Okay, then I did read it, but it's not available. Okay.
The photograph, we do have the photograph of the sample board in the...
I like a...
But you're not only talking about the cementitious, but you're talking about the brick samples,
right.
Everything.
So the shingle and the...
Right.
And you brought up an interesting point about young professionals living here. Young professionals like expensive cars. Not only do they like expensive cars, they like them kept in garages. So I would have to agree with my fellow commissioners on the end, we need to see garages. If that's the people you're looking for, then they want garages. The other people you're looking for are, empty nesters, and they don't want to clean cars off. I wouldn't, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. There are, let's see, a few others. Is there going to be one owner of this property? Because now it's split up in two. I just want to make sure there's going to be one property owner.
Yes, there would be one property owner. The reason why we've shown it as phased, because the church, while we have an option to purchase their property, or a contract to purchase their property rather, they need time to find a new home. So we designed the plan in such a way to accommodate their timing needs.
I just want to make sure that we have that as a condition. There is an irrigation question in the packet, and I want to make sure that the entire area is going to be irrigated. Renters don't water grass. And also, can we make it a condition that on the plan that elevators are noted, because I was unclear what that box was, because it's not clear what it is. And let's see. When you're doing your landscape planning, I assume that you're going to take care to make sure we keep it geese-free, because unless you plan for that, we had one development here where they didn't plan for it, and it became quite an issue, and then they had to address it later, and I don't want us to have to do that later.
Mr. Dorban, could you just say that one last statement again?
The geese issue.
Geese. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I missed
wasn't
that.
clear.
I thought
Sorry.
you were talking about the E Street Band or something.
Oh, sorry.
I missed the geese. I missed the G in front of there.
Sorry. Let's see. I think that, I too would like to see the lighting diagrams. I think that's really important for us to look at. And also, I think another commissioner brought up the issue of having some townhomes mixed in here. I would like to see that as well. And I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a general question, knowing that I'm kind of like the newbie on the block, and I was not here when the original meeting was done last May of last year. However, I did watch the hearings. What I wanted to know is the proposed units that we have now, they're all defined as apartment. Is that kind of the direction we're going to go, since this is kind of considered like the planning phase, and that was kind of decided in the concept review, so there's not much room for discussion. If we wanted to ask to deviate from that a little bit, as Commissioner Dorman said, by trying to put a couple of townhomes in there, that would not be possible. The direction is to go with the apartment type of what we're being shown tonight.
The petitioner's proposal that you have in front of you tonight follows the same overall land use proposal that they introduced during the concept review. They did not propose a townhome mix. I believe there was a question of mix during the concept review, which they responded to at that time, indicating a preference for this development style.
Okay. Because I went to Waterbury Place and I went to the one in Deerfield, and I saw row homes. Those were really nice. I wish we could have something like that. And if that's not possible, I guess I understand. I just wish we could have some row homes, because that had parking in the back. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I think those parcels were a little bit smaller than this area here. And we did have row homes, and this is kind of like by our town center. So I think that would just add a little bit more Let me see. The sidewalk issue, I mean, for me, it's kind of tough to imagine the sidewalk going across the whole side, west side of Northgate, across your property, and then having to cross the street to utilize the sidewalk on the other side. Is there any way that, I know you mentioned a little bit that you guys could work on getting that sidewalk all the way down to Northgate, all the way down to Dundee, and keep it on the west side there? I know that that property's not yours, but I have a hard time believing that people are going to walk down Northgate and want to get to the train. I mean, if anything, they're going to go walk down to the end of your sidewalk, and they're probably going to do a diagonal across the property's lot. I don't know if there's anything you can do TIF-wise, or we can do TIF-wise and get a sidewalk in there, but I think that would make things a lot easier.
A condition, just from the village perspective, a condition that leaves the project site and the right-of-way in front of the project site. I think you could, as a commission, if that's the consensus, the commission suggest it to the board, but as the petitioner stated, I think the assumption of a project like that would be that it would be a TIF, 100% TIF project, if the village board does decide that that's worth doing in conjunction with this.
And even then, the village board would either have to get the consent of the owner of the southern parcel to lay the sidewalk, or use eminent domain to take an easement in order to have the property rights on which to build the sidewalk. So that could be a potential significant cost to the village.
Okay, I would just like to see if that would be investigated at all, you know, whatever that would take. The fence, I guess you're proposing a berm around the, by the railroad tracks. Do you know how, on the east side of the tracks, approximately how high is that berm? And I guess I have a question too about the diversionary channel. Is the diversionary channel along the north side and the west side of your property? And then like the drainage ditch is like cuts through by the south side of the church property? Is that what it is?
Give me 1 second, I'll get to an aerial.
I'm just trying to, yeah, there we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so the diversion channel, actually, there is a drainage way that separates our site from the parcel to the south.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were talking about, trying to get across the existing bridge, or another, potential for another pedestrian bridge back here. But what happens is when this waterway overflows, it overflows in a spillway here, kind of a weir, and it fills up this channel, and it gets conveyed all the way around to the north, and then travels to the east, and then it goes underneath Northgate Parkway, where it comes out here. You can kind of see the open waterway there. So only when this channel fills up does it then overflow this weir and go through the quote-unquote diversion channel.
Okay, so could you leave it up
does
there?
wrap the west and north sides.
Okay, so the berm you're talking about would encompass the whole west side of...
Well, this is our physical constraint.
Mm-hmm.
Because it goes down to the diversion channel, there's a slope coming up. We pulled the road as far back as we can, and then we go up from there and then back down to the roadway. So it's not a very tall berm per se, because we still have to get back down to the bottom of the diversion channel. We have to meet the existing grade at the property line. So that's our constraint. We're trying to get the roadway up. We're trying to build up the elevation around the perimeter so that we can get plant material on it, but we're at cross purposes.
You're talking about the roadway on the east side of the diversionary channel. Is that what it is that would service
So if I go to
the buildings
site-
on the property?
So here's
Yeah.
the primary drainage route here. The weir is in this location, and the diversion channel conveys water to the north. It wraps around the property and then conveys it to the east, where it goes under Northgate and then heads back north again. So this entire perimeter, both north and west, we have to match existing grade and then go downhill from there into the diversion channel. So to get the grade to come up, obviously we have more room here. That's where we envision the highest point, and that's really only a couple, 3 feet before we come back down to the road. Here, it's, maybe a little bit better than flat, but we have safety issues, and I think somebody brought that up. For safety alone, putting a fence there along the diversion channel is a good idea. I agree with that. So that'll provide safety and privacy, but it's still a challenge to accomplish both goals.
You just mentioned fence. Where were you? Where did you say the fence?
There was a comment made earlier about installing a fence along the western property line to enhance the screening from the railway.
But you would not do it. You would not do it on the north side of your property.
No, actually, there's a nice row of
vegetation.
Arborvitae.
Conifers, arborvitae. Thank you very much. Along the north that we're trying to preserve.
Okay. Let's see here. I think one of the commissioners mentioned some type of like bike path or something around the back of your property, or I know we have like our transportation plan. Do we have any, Andrew? Do we have any easement room? And let's say, between the tracks and a diversionary channel, like for a bike path at all? Would we have room in the future if we wanted to develop that as a bike path on the east side of the tracks and to the west of their property?
On the east side of the tracks to the west of the property. No, we did have an idea that when it's difficult to see here, but Northgate Parkway, I believe, was a shared lane or a bike lane as shown on the active transportation plan, and there was a possibility here where the diversion channel crosses Northgate Parkway. There was a possibility of connecting by the Swaminarian Temple and running a bike path there up toward the property that the Park District owns.
Okay.
But it was the idea of that was starting here. The area here, there's not enough separation where the bridge is to get a person under it.
Okay.
So we were our idea was to use the widened sidewalk on Dundee and then connect to a bike lane on Northgate and go up and connect with a bike path possibly on the other part of the diversion channel.
Okay, I think somebody probably suggested a bike path or a sidewalk, a walking path along the exterior and going in the back. I mean, I guess you could walk the roads there, but something that would encompass the whole development and go back up to the front, I think would look nice. I'm not really sure. I don't know if this is the place to mention. I mean, have you provided handicap parking? I mean, I don't know if that's too much detail, but is there any handicap parking indicated in this plan at all?
Each one of the buildings, one of the 10 garage stalls is handicap accessible, designated for that purpose, and handicap spaces would be provided per the code requirements throughout in the surface parking areas.
Okay, as far as the clubhouse is concerned, is there like which I think, the clubhouse is very nice. I just was wondering, is there any kind of like a party room or anything there? I assume that all the residents can share in the clubhouse, but is there any kind of a party room in the clubhouse themselves? If somebody wanted to like celebrate an anniversary or a birthday party, that they could actually like rent it?
Yes, the answer is yes. I think, let's see, I can find the plan. The clubhouse is really designed as an amenity to the residents. It's frankly, it's part of what their rent covers. They're paying to have this amenity that they can use, as often as they'd like. So, what we try to do is design a clubhouse that is something that they can take advantage of on a weekly, if not a daily basis. And that certainly, you've got the fitness center, it's accessible 24 hours a day. That's, a huge attraction for our residents. And as Warren said, basically this whole area at these doors is blocked off. So as it relates to the party room, we haven't fully fleshed that out. I mean, it's on a case-by-case basis, but my expectation is we will we'll certainly have planned parties, for the residents. You will have weekly breakfasts and, various residents events. I don't know that we've formally decided whether we'll make the common area, available for private parties, but it's created really so residents can come. We've got it designated, if you can see here, the computer kiosk area is something, you would think everyone's got a computer and a laptop, but we find those are extremely popular. People come there. It's an opportunity. Lots of people work from home. It's an opportunity to congregate. It sort of is the, it's the de facto Starbucks for just the residents, and you'll even see we've got a designer working on another project right now in Starbucks Chic for the clubhouse is a type of design now that people try and create these environments where people can come and congregate and work. But the grand room would certainly accommodate the types of events that you talked about.
Okay, the only reason I asked that is I just was kind of curious if maybe I was wondering if you had enough parking spots in front of the clubhouse for those people who don't live in the development but would be coming, from the outside to celebrate. I mean, I assume if the spots weren't there, they'd be going somewhere else in the development to park?
Well, I mean, again, to your point, that's probably a reason. The expectation isn't this is going to be rented out for weddings and things like that. It's really primarily there to serve the residents that live there. But let's face it, the Super Bowl party is always something that we all have to deal with, and it happens once a year, and that's when you see surges in parking usage.
Okay. I don't know, the traffic study, I mean, that's been talked about, and I just mentioned I'm concerned about it too. Northgate is very heavily traveled in. I know the numbers were back from 2007, but I think that needs to be updated somehow. I kind of have a hard time believing with all the traffic. I think that needs to be revisited. Mailboxes. Going to your other developments, I noticed that you had areas, and it wasn't the row homes, in those areas you had a separate area outside in the back of the parking lot where you had the mailboxes. Where are the mailboxes going to be for these particular units?
That's, again, the evolution of this community. Oftentimes you might have to go to a central location to collect your mail, or you have to do somewhere outside. In our buildings, we've got a mail room. We have a bank of boxes right as you enter.
Okay.
They're right there for you. For each unit each building has 32 boxes and a package deposit box. And then larger package, that's another role that the full-time on-site management staff plays. They can accept larger packages with the use of eBay and all sorts of online purchases. It's a real amenity. It's sort of a quasi-concierge amenity that our residents appreciate.
Will the units have at all any type of security system at all built into them, like to buzz people in or anything like that?
The building has a security system.
But not the individual apartments?
It doesn't. I mean, I think we have an option that you can do a third party, but unless you want to touch that.
Let me be clear. There is a unit entry system where the resident can buzz in a guest at the front door.
Okay.
But for individual security at your unit entry door, no, that's not.
Okay, that's fine. I know there was a comment from the last time, a year ago, the location of the water and electrical meters. Is that on this plan somewhere, or can you talk to that, like where the electrical and water meter would be located for the units?
Absolutely, be happy to. Let me get to the right floor plan. Again, these building designs have been fully fleshed out with an MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineer. So this sprinkler room here is sized to accommodate the fire suppression system and the alarm panel. It's also got the Siamese, the connection for the fire department. The electric, depending upon where it comes in, the electric would be located in split meter banks on either side of the building. There is a wall here and a wall here that will accommodate 16 individual electric meters plus a house meter. The gas main will come into a single meter located on the building. It will then get distributed around the perimeter underground, and then it will come up inside the building, serving each one of those areas. So you see here, that's where the Magic Pack units, so natural gas will be piped up. We will, within those units, do sub-metering of the gas. And that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's terrific with the technology. The the water main, as it comes in the sprinkler room, it will split into domestic and fire. It will then get distributed throughout the building, and we will have individual water meters on each unit. So, but the water and the gas will be remotely monitored by one of these national utility monitoring companies. We, the owner, pay a single bill. The monitoring company, through the use of wireless internet technology, captures on a daily basis utilization. Tenants can go online, look at their utility usage, and they get a separate bill from the third-party utility billing company. And EPA studies have shown that results in approximately 15% drop in utilization of water and gas. When you meter, people conserve. So we're very progressive. In fact, it might be a good time to add that we have had these buildings evaluated by a lead expert, and these buildings, as designed, will exceed the LEED Silver designation.
And I'd also like to point out that some of these fine details will come back if this receives preliminary PUD approval during the final PUD approval, where they will come again before you, not in the context of a public hearing with testimony from the public, but there will be another opportunity to scrutinize some of the finer details if they undertake that refinement and the costs associated with it.
I also saw in the floor plan there's, and I think you mentioned I saw the acronym MEP/storage. Can you explain what that is real quick?
Within the individual floor plans?
No, I think it was like down in the entry area of each building.
So here's the first floor plan. The sprinkler is located here. There is a mechanical room here that could also be used for building storage. It's somewhat flexible. This is the telephone data room. There's a similar room on the second and third floor. Our expectation is to bring telephone and data into the second floor and distribute it out from there. On the first floor, we have the entrance to the trash with an anteroom or a vestibule to provide a barrier, 2 doors you have to get through, keeps the smells if there are any out. We also have accommodated with a slop sink in the corner so that we can wash out this room, hose it out regularly, keep it clean, and then the door obviously for the janitor. Going up to the second floor, on the second floor, this space here is open for building storage. This space here is open for building storage. This is, again, telephone data on the second floor. When we go to the third floor, this closet here is designated for the dry valve for the sprinkler. There's a dry sprinkler system in the attic, so you need to have a valve room for that particular apparatus. That's what this is designated, and this again is building storage.
Okay. Last year, I think there was also a comment about internet and cable hookup. Are we going to, I don't know, is there going to be something fitted in here where we potentially could do it wirelessly and not hang dishes off of everybody's balcony, or?
It's a chronic issue, and well, I shouldn't say chronic issue. Let's say that there is. You want to address that?
Yes.
You want to address the FCC?
Yeah. Commissioner Powers, under federal law, neither the village nor private property owners can unreasonably restrict access to people who want to hang dishes off of property which they either have a leasehold or ownership interest in. And so it's very difficult for the village. Actually, the village is preempted in almost every case from prohibiting that. And as a private property owner, these gentlemen would not be able to keep people from putting dishes up. The satellite TV lobby has changed federal law in their favor, is the short answer.
Mr. Chairman, could I just add a comment on that issue? I know many of the satellite TV providers now have the capability of having a single dish on the roof that can be distributed up to 128 units within a building, if the building is provisioned to do that kind of distribution. I would hope that you would investigate that satellite signal distribution technology so we don't end up with dishes on everybody's balcony.
Well, clearly, our intent is to make the provisions necessary to minimize the need for dishes on balconies and to accommodate through a single dish location.
Yeah, I think Trustee Hine has a building that was recently retrofitted or optimized to get rid of all the dishes that they had, or antenna things, and now they just have one set of things on the roof and it distributes it to all the
A much better solution.
apartments.
And much easier to design in now.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the...
No, I guess the last comment I have is I really think that the covered parking is going to be an issue. Even though I'd like to see, some of the units cut down and possibly combined somehow to help the parking ratio, like Commissioner Stylen said. I mean, I think, even though you promote people, I agree. I mean, I work at Caremark over on Lake Hook in Milwaukee. I'm not really sure, and I'm sure you guys had the experience about possibly having more cars. I just think there's going to be more cars than what we're accommodating for. The covered parking, I think, is nice because I think you're going to be. I think the storage area is short, and I think a lot of times people are going to use the garage to store stuff in. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Zangara, any comments, questions?
I actually have a couple.
Sure.
I'll be quick. The plan, the concept, I fully enjoy. This is the first time I've seen the one from last year to this year. I think the concept, everything works really great. A couple things I saw, though, in the landscape plan was the garages, individual driveways. Have you had any issues with the grass getting torn up in between those? I understand doing the planting at the garage door, but the full out, I figure wintertime snowplows take that out. Is there any concern or any issue of maybe keeping the landscaping by the doors and making that one solid drive?
Yeah, you're talking about the little slivers up.
Correct.
Maybe I can point to it here, these little slivers in between here.
Correct.
We've been using on the outer ends, on the outer half of it, one of the options is to use a tumbled cobble, half buried, because of exactly that reason, the plowing, and it gives more ample turning movements for the cars getting in and out of there, and then the second half of it being a planted ground cover and aggressive perennials or ornamental grasses. So yeah, we are making that adjustment because they get root.
And second issue, just second comment I have regarding the garages is, and my background's a little different. Sure, all the garage doors are going to have closers on the doors for the fact of exhaust going into the hallways. And secondly, are those doors always lockable? We talked about buzzing people in. If someone leaves a garage door open, that door is locked. That door stays locked 24/7 into the building. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I saw the nod. And the last thing regarding maintenance in the clubhouse with the pool, is it lifeguard, no lifeguard? No lifeguard? Okay. That's all. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, I have a series of questions. Could you bring up the agenda again? You had an agenda up on the very beginning. Right. So this market resident profile, did you discuss that at all?
I did. Sorry if it wasn't clear.
It's not the train, right?
It's probably, it started specifically at those slides, but I think it stemmed from the initial slide of transportation and employment. And that also probably addresses a lot. We've talked a little bit about unit mix. Some of the commissioners had suggested introducing townhomes as a component of the product being offered. One thing I'd like to clarify, in our project, the Oaks, that has, it's got 48 townhomes among 300 units. Those are all rental units. That's a purely, a purpose-built rental community. It merely has different types of products to target different residents. In this particular location, we really believe that this is ideally focused on people working, in and around the northern office corridor. We're not necessarily trying to, we're not trying to attract families with children. We'll certainly accommodate anyone who comes, but we feel that it's proximity to employment, it's proximity to transit, and it's proximity to what we'll call this suburban urban environment that's being created with the town center, with the restaurants and things like that. We think that does not exist, where there are probably more alternatives for the townhome consumer in and around the community. They might be able to, for the same price, rent a single-family home or find another location. But our residents are paying a premium for this location and this environment and amenities that we're creating.
You mentioned here executive housing, corporate relocation. What percentage are you thinking that would be of your rentals?
Well, we would never, you have to be careful with dedicated corporate housing units because unfortunately, we've seen it before when a company has an investment in a community, they're leasing a number of units and for whatever reason their business model changes or they shut down, it can have a very negative impact. My expectation is it certainly wouldn't exceed 10% of dedicated. There are third-party corporate housing providers that master lease units, they furnish those units, and they kind of manage that process. It certainly wouldn't be more than 10%.
So you're talking, you said 256 units, so 25?
Less than 30. Yeah.
Less than 30, okay. All right, I was just curious about that because that was one of my questions. So, going down that path, so you're young professionals seeking reduced commutes. Is that your target audience? What type of studies have you done to get to this point?
Well, we've done a lot of work with appraisal research counselors, who is pretty much the premier third-party consultant that companies like us go to, and lenders and investors. Appraisal research puts out a quarterly suburban market report, which tracks a database of, in this submarket, there's some 40,000 units, but they track all the suburban metro communities, and they track the changes in rent, they track the new development, they track vacancy, occupancy. Each project has its own amenities. So that's sort of the larger picture third party that we go to, but more importantly, we do our own market research, and we tend to look at the location. We look at the 5 to 10 projects that we consider to be immediately comparable to what we're proposing. And from there, we assess their unit mix, we assess their amenities, and that's how we land on our pricing. So an example would be a project immediately north of us, wrapping the Chevy Chase golf course, it was built by Lincoln Property Company in around 1987. I spent my first 10 years at Lincoln Property Company exclusively doing suburban rental communities. So that project was built, it's going on 25, 30 years old. 592 units, all 1 and 2 bedroom units, no garages, still commanding some of the highest rents in the submarket because of location, proximity to employment, despite the fact that it doesn't benefit from this next generation design that we've talked about. It has no garages. It's parked, I think it's parked at less than 2 to 1 per unit. Has been well maintained, has only had 2 or 3 owners during the entire life of the property, and still is very viable. We're trying to look at a community like that and say, they've done so well, but what are they missing? And one of the biggest pieces that they're missing is the transit component. You can't walk to a train from there. And that's where we think we have a real advantage. And we can accommodate, not everybody, there are 592 residents there and none of them has a garage. We think that there's a market for those residents. Some of them will be interested in coming to our project. Some will want a garage, some won't want a garage. Some will think that it's a superior location. Some will appreciate the elevators. And that's kind of how we build. All our buildings start from the units and the amenities, the livability, and we put them together and we try and maximize the value to our residents. We try and give them the things that they want and, frankly, provide the things that they'll pay for. And that's really how we kind of land. We target our resident profile and then we design the project and the amenities to meet their needs.
Okay, so taking that a step further, and I think Commissioner Stylen mentioned it, and then you just mentioned it, the property that you have, I guess, is in Vernon Hills. That is a combination of rental townhomes, understood, but it's an all-rental community. So what led you to think that something like that, and first, tell me what that property there, how many acres is it in comparison to this property?
That property is 27 acres, 29 acres.
And this is?
This is 21.
21, so 8 acres difference. So what were the compelling factors that said that rental townhomes wouldn't work here?
Well, the rental townhome, frankly, is a new concept.
Mm-hmm.
You can't find rental townhomes. I had done a project a quarter mile away, located Route 45 in Milwaukee. Part of it's Port Clinton Place. It was the first phase of 2 phases, and Warren and I, my former company and Warren's former company, we worked together on that project, and Kinsey Builders principals built that project. We sold 20 townhomes in the low $400,000 mark, and it did very well. Then came the downturn in the for-sale housing market. But we recognized that there was a cohort of our residents that like living in a vertical townhome. They like being in that location. They're served by Lincolnshire School District, and we believed that the same residents still existed. They simply didn't have the desire to purchase. So we felt and we feel, and this is a project that we're building, but we believe in that particular location there is a small market for people, whether they're being relocated and they need a transitional opportunity, or empty nesters that want this transition. We're trying to fill that market niche, but granted, it only represents 48 of our 304 units. Our bread and butter units and buildings are the ones that you see here tonight, that we still believe it's people, young professionals, empty nesters that are attracted by the lifestyle. They're attracted by the low maintenance. They have come to terms with the fact that they don't have lots of free storage to fill up their garages and fill up their attics. They're making that trade-off. That's why the self-storage business does so well. When you got a free basement, you accumulate a lot of stuff. When you move and downsize, you have to pick and choose. And that we believe that too. We don't believe build garages so people can store a bunch of stuff there. We believe build the right amount of garages so you can command a premium for them and people will pay for them. And if they're not willing to pay, then there's a trade-off. They'd rather pay for the unit. They'd rather pay for the amenities. And that's how we try and come up with an overall package for our residents that meets their needs and their lifestyle.
Okay, good response, but you didn't get to my answer.
Sorry. I forgot what it was. What was the question?
That's why I was, yeah. why would not a mixed use as townhomes and apartments work here? Why is this all apartments versus what you're producing in Vernon Hills?
I would answer directly. We don't have the land area that we have in Vernon Hills. We don't see the same potential at the very upper end. Those townhomes are going to rent for $2,400, $2,500, $2,600 a month. And we're not sure that that price point is going to attract, we're going to find a deep pool of renters, as deep a pool of renters here as we would in that location there. We had, there's also an optimal number of overall units and residents to fit the particular model. We're here at 288, we're there at 304. We want to be in that mark to be appealing to institutional investor. These deals still need to get financed. So part of it is the economics, part of it is what's the headroom at the upper end of the market.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, your answer. You mentioned, don't leave. Come on back. I'm not making comments, I'm asking questions, and we like to hear it through the microphone.
Sure.
You mentioned management. So what happens when this is built? Does your organization manage it, or do you sell it off?
Well, our organization, and I mentioned Riva Development
Right.
Partners is the developer, Kinsey Group is the builder. Manager. So Kinsey Group will manage the property.
Manage it
Yeah.
for a period of time, and then
As long as we're owners in the property.
Right.
The exit strategy, I think, is what you're referring to.
That's what I was gonna say.
And we are an organization that has flexibility, and we have all sorts of different partners with different objectives. This is, a $45-50 million project. It's a substantial project. It will more than likely be an institutional investor, which means a pension fund or an insurance company or a real estate investment trust. They'll provide a large portion of the equity required. The balance will be more than likely financed with a conventional loan. And depending on the objectives of our partners, that kind of determines the strategy. It may be owned for 3 to 5 years and sell to another institutional investor, and then they'll hire their own property manager. But we believe in the growth and the potential for this site. We think we are on the earlier end of all the great things that are happening in Wheeling, and I think with the right partner, we would happily be a long-term owner.
And that gets, and we can't control that, but what it gets to is right now, in this particular case, you're saying that it's full-time management, full-time on the grounds management of the property. But the next buyer could come in and boom, it's gone to say, cut expenses. Let's raise rent and cut expenses.
Sure.
To increase our bottom line. And that's one of my concerns, and I'm not certain how we can ever control that, because I don't think there's a condition in the world that we could put in there. But I was just curious as to what your strategy was to for the future of it.
It really has a lot to, again, it has a lot to do with the scale of the project. I mean, at that $40-50 million price range, there's a limited pool of buyers. They're making a substantial investment. I would cite the project that I mentioned next to Chevy Chase. Probably had 3 owners over the last 30 years. I know that Woodland Creek Finger Company's owned it forever. Penobscot owns a couple other actually Penobscot now owns the Chevy Chase property. But generally speaking, a location like this is highly desirable, and you have relatively low leveraged institutional buyers buying these. They like the yield. It's stable. It's a great location. They're not buying these to flip them for a big profit. They're putting long-term debt. Rates are very attractive, and they're generally, they like the yield that's being kicked off.
Good. Thank you. You talk Phase 1, Phase 2. And when I hear that, what I hear is that, okay, when Phase 1 is done, we'll start Phase 2, or is there some type of criteria where you start Phase 2, or is it just nomenclature that we're talking here?
It's really, the Phase 1, Phase 2 is only, this is a single project. Our intent is to finance it and build it all at once. It's more of a construction scheduling issue and our ability to really accommodate the church. In our agreement, they've got a time frame that they can relocate, and so, but it works out pretty well because their usage, generally on Sundays, on the weekends, so even to the extent that we need to do site work or do different things, we feel like we can accommodate. But our intent is to finance the way we would build it all at once, but for, trying to accommodate the church.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. All right, now to some of the questions I have about the grounds and the buildings. We were talking about communication, and is it your intention to bring fiber into the buildings for your data and your voice lines?
I'm going to refer to my partner, the engineer, and he'll explain that part.
Fiber typically comes into a switch panel box outside on the grounds. So I've been in discussions with AT&T. If fiber's in the area, they'll bring it to that, and then they typically distribute through copper from there to the buildings.
Okay. Well, except though that new developments go fiber right to the buildings too, if the fiber is there. So I wouldn't. I'd be surprised if AT&T would want to support copper to buildings.
I've been in discussions with them regarding the Oaks, and their intent is to bring fiber into the development and then distribute out from there. But I don't believe they're actually taking fiber from that central node out to the individual units, just because of the expense, and there are only 32 units. If you're talking a downtown high-rise, absolutely.
Okay. In your clubhouse, are you going to have wireless hotspots?
I haven't made that commitment, but I think that certainly.
I mean, it's just, you think about all the telecommunications companies.
Yes.
I mean, telecommunication companies have hotspots all over and
free Wi-Fi in the clubhouse.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, okay. Speaking of the clubhouse, in the kitchen, in the clubhouse there's a kitchen. Does that have to be reviewed by our health department?
Let's say it's not necessarily a kitchen.
Okay, maybe I should ask that first. Yeah.
How about a wet bar so that it doesn't have to go to the health department?
Okay. So I think that there needs to be some specifics around that, because when
we would design it in such a way so that it would not be a full kitchen that would otherwise have to be reviewed and approved by the Department of Health.
Now, the storage areas that, and I agree with the commissioners. If you look at the first floor, they have absolutely no storage, because the first floor, what would be normally on the second and third floors, is taken up by the garbage area and the vestibule, because above the vestibule you now have you have storage in second and third floor. So these units here have nothing whatsoever. So in this area, I'm in agreement that you have to develop some type of storage area. They're not going to go to, I know you just mentioned that these storage facilities are gaining ground, but there's nothing here. People want some storage spaces. Then on the second and third floor, you mentioned the storage spaces, and there's two areas. And you mentioned individual cages. Is there a cage per unit on these floors? Or is it just first come, first served?
There are 10 garages. There's probably room for another 10 to 15 cages between the, maybe more than that, maybe 12 to 18 cages within the second and third floor storage areas, here and here, on the second and third. Well, this one's occupied by mechanicals on the third floor. It's available on the second. This is available on the second and third floors. This is the larger storage area.
So there's how many units on a floor? On
There
the
are
second and
12 on
third
the
floor?
second floor, 12 on the third floor.
So
And then
there's
there are
not
10
going to be 12 cages?
No.
No.
No. But again, remember, 10 of the residents will be renting garages.
Okay,
And they
so
will have storage in
taking
the
that,
garage.
to the next step, since you're talking garages, how is the rental handled for the garages?
First come, first serve. Obviously, deference given for the handicap space. And then rent for the garage is $100, $125 a month.
Okay, so you make, and this is where I'm going to defer to the Plan Commission as a whole as to a majority here, but this is where I disagree with them because I really don't think those 10 units are going to be rented in the building. I just don't think that. I see, I've gone to places where they have garages like this and half of them are empty because of the cost, simply because of the cost. And they're not associated with, a unit. So I would prefer to see some of these units taken out and storage added, because short of taking out units, which is income for you guys, I don't see any way of adding storage to here unless it's going to be exterior and in separate buildings. I don't see how you're going to do that. So storage needs to be reworked in here somehow before and I think that's a general consensus here. To the parking now, right now you're asking for a variation, correct, Andrew? Let me look at that, the list of variations for the parking. Well, that's the only variation. You're looking for 1.9 units, 1.9 parking spaces per unit?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
And currently, we're at 275, but our plan that we have, which is not yet approved, this would meet that, correct?
The total count, yes.
The total count would meet that. I guess I've got to understand, and I'm asking the commissioners here, not so much you, what is I don't understand the garages. If somebody can explain the need for additional garages. I truly don't understand it, because we're at, if we go with the existing code and they ask for variation, but if we took it and applied it to our code that's going forward to the village board, they would be in compliance with what we have right now. And based upon the statistics that we have had, that we have been presented to us, where is that need? I'll start with you, Commissioner Steinle.
Well, we just spent a month redoing the parking calculations for everybody, right? We reduced multifamily parking requirements. We discussed the parking requirement, the garage parking requirements in that process, right? And Andrew, what was our recommendation? 1 per unit or something like that? Was that the current
The recommendation was to leave the garage parking as is and then take projects on a case-by-case basis if it was presented.
And the current, to leave it at the current ratio was 1 garage per unit or something?
Yes.
Equivalent to
They're
that?
looking for 0.31. Right.
So,
Okay,
you know,
so that's,
I guess my comment is, we just spent a month talking about it, and we
yeah,
recommended.
well, right. Okay, and I went with consensus on that. So Commissioner Schaaf?
Okay, the market that the developer is addressing are the young professionals, and they like cars. They like expensive cars. These people are going to pay top dollar for a location. They're not going to be driving an older car that they don't feel needs to be garaged. Case in point, I have a nephew, $65,000 Mustang. He is not going to keep it on the outside. You look at an empty nester. He's driving a $65,000 Mercedes. He's downsizing, but he's not downsizing his transportation. He's going to want a garage. Okay. I have found, in my own case, I can keep a car longer in the garage, if the car that's been in the garage, longer than I don't have to replace it every 3 years. The market that they're trying to address, I believe they're going to want garages.
Okay, all right. Any other comments on that one? I'm looking for, me personally, it's probably more so me than, I know our code says 1, but Commissioner Dorban?
Well, I'm looking at what it says here. It says the proposed development would meet the requirements of the new code with the exception of the minimum number of parking stalls. Okay, so, we've scaled this back and we worked on it and we worked on it and I would not be in favor of changing it now or approving any kind of variation because we did just work this.
Okay, all right. I'm doing that for a couple of reasons. One, for me, and also for the benefit of the petitioners, because it is quite a reduction it's a 2/3 reduction from what we're looking here. 1 covered parking space down to 0.31. That is significant. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry. With what Pam just said, I think maybe she misunderstood something because, the number of parking spaces would meet the new proposed code.
Right.
It wouldn't be under. I think you said it would be under.
Right, it wouldn't be under, it would be meet it though.
Meet
Right.
the current new code.
Yeah, maybe I
gets
misspoke, I'm
approved.
sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I like the dialogue and the clarifications there. So, let me see if I have all of my questions answered before we go into some of the concerns that the General Commission has. You mentioned something when you're discussing the materials. You mentioned shingle panels. Could you describe what that is?
Cement fiber panel comes in a couple of different forms. Comes in broad sheets that can be used with board and batten. You got the,
We can make it a
get the
little
highlight
bigger. Hang on
there.
a second.
There we go. There's kind of a board and batten example of a cement fiber application. This is a shingle. This particular shingle here has kind of a variation to the edge. You can get a staggered edge, you can get a straight edge, but it replicates the appearance of a cedar shake versus lap siding. So it's the same material, different texture, different different application.
So the shingle panel is actually the hardy.
Yes. And there are many different types of shingle panels. You can get vinyl, you can get real cedar on a piece of plywood substrate, and you can get cement fiber shingles.
But in this application, when you mention shingle panel, you're talking about the hardy.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You have, just to clarify, you have more than one type of the hardy panel shown, correct?
Lap siding and the shingle panel.
And then the trim
But
is
the
also,
actual composition of the material is the same.
and the trim is also the same material, correct?
Yeah, the trim is a composite trim, same.
Okay. Thank you. And just as a comment, I too was hoping to see more of
I just want to clarify something. I want to make sure I'm perfectly clear. There are alternatives. Hardy is kind of like saying Kleenex.
Yes. Oh, no, I understand.
All right, so I don't want
No.
the folks at James Hardy, come, I love their product, but at the same time, I still got to negotiate a deal,
Right.
right? So,
Yeah. Your negotiation goes out the window and I
Yeah.
keep on mentioning it.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. No, you're right. It's probably more so the cementitious boards.
thank you.
Okay, I'll stay away from that other word that begins with an H. Okay, I too am, I think Commissioner Steinlen mentioned it, about a walking track or something around the perimeter. And I know you have the berms, but I firmly believe that something could be worked into there that I would like to see. So that definitely, I think you talked about it last time you were here, and I definitely like to see that incorporated into this development, without a doubt, somehow, because we're supposed to become a healthier nation, and I know you have a clubhouse, but what better way to work on a treadmill and then go walk, whatever, that perimeter would be a nice perimeter to walk around, so I would definitely like to see that. Fencing we talked about, sidewalks across the bridge, okay, but we discussed that. So now, I wrote down a number of concerns, and I guess I'm going to look to the commission to discuss these in a way that the petitioners have some clear direction. Oh wait, before I forget, I wanted to ask Ron one of the questions on the fire report, which I assume that you've seen. Let me bring that up.
A lot of things.
On the site plan, in your memo, Ron, on the number 2, dead-end parking lot. The dead-end parking lot at Building 7 shall connect to North Gate Parkway.
Okay.
So, is that, which one? So Building 7.
That's the top
part here.
parking lot there.
So you need that to connect to North Gate?
We have an issue with the dead-end length that it is in the code requirement. Although today I found out from Mr. Jennings that there's evidently a lift station or some other similar village.
What I'd suggest, just generally speaking, the fire department review on this is a large review. The fire department had a lot to review, a large plan with a lot of different moving parts in it. What I would suggest on it, having the review go to the petitioner this week, that the petitioners, architect, and engineer had a chance to go sit down with the fire department and talk. There's one, I think, 3 pages of comments.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So there's so much in there that what I would suggest is any reference to it, keep that in mind, that the petitioners, architect, engineer, and the fire department do need to still talk about some of that being the perfect example of this. Is there may be an alternate solution for that particular one that they need to work out together as to pavement, not pavement, how to handle that.
Okay, so we can come back and review that in more detail. Okay, all right, great, thank you. That was the other stuff after being on years on the commission, I sort of understand it, but I still don't, so we can continue on with that. All right. Back to the packet.
But just to, some of the things in the fire department report where they say the mechanical rooms aren't large enough for the building are going to affect something else in that building. So
Exactly. So
And to that point, I think what the project architect does need to sit down with the fire department. They may have a room that's not labeled as the fire department's expecting to see it. So a lot of that, I think, is a discussion that they need to explain themselves to the fire department if the plan isn't clear at this point, and they have not had a chance to do that yet.
And also a comment that I've made a couple times tonight, I think that some of the details that might be worked out would be appropriate to consider with regard to the final approval as well, where there's a refinement of the plans to a level of detail that you would make that final recommendation.
And I realize that, but when we get to final, in my eyes, it's final, and there's not, and I think the comment was made, there's not a lot of leeway in changing some of that.
especially if you know up front that a change is going to have to be made.
Exactly. And then that gets to the point that we have made that we sometimes don't see plans that go to the village board. And I want to ensure that we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed, and something like that could impact, if we use the example of the rooms for the fire equipment, that could impact the square footage of some of the apartments that we have. I don't know if they will substantially, but they could impact it. So those really need to be addressed in some manner before we get to final. Yes, sir.
I'm just going to address a couple issues. Brief consultation with Dean. There is a lift station up in this corner. There is a possibility of making this connection. That would be the fourth curb cut. If a connection were deemed necessary, we could accommodate it, but we'd recommend it that it be emergency only, and not for regular use. And do something with Grass Creek. Similarly, a connection from the end of this parking area to connect to this roadway. Again, it's a tight squeeze. We'd rather see it landscaped with a buffer, but if there were an imperative to have circulation, recommend something like Grass Creek where it would support a fire truck emergency vehicle, but clearly it would be for emergency use only. So I think things like that could be accommodated. When we look at the building plans themselves, these have been through the ringer, if you will, with the MEP and the fire protection folks. I know there was some review comment about these columns. I believe in this rendering, the columns have moved out and the connection is inboard. This mechanical room here no longer is necessary. So if it was deemed appropriate, this sprinkler room, which presently is designed and actually all planned out to accommodate all the proper equipment, that could be expanded if needed. But as far as the actual servicing the building, the layouts, they're all fully developed. So there's room to make some minor adjustments and address the comments.
Right. I defer all of that stuff to the fire department and Mr. Antwerp. So, okay, thank you. Okay. There's, none of these things are easy. Andrew or Mr. Smith, when we talked about, for instance, lighting standards, photometrics, irrigation listed, elevators noted, are those items that should be noted on a preliminary PUD?
Well, the lighting is specifically mentioned as being a final PUD item. The landscape irrigation is a code requirement. I think it's fair, though, to get it on the record for the petitioner that this is a code requirement that you will be held to on the final, as the landscape plan is becomes species specific. There will be a requirement to very clearly indicate what is irrigated and what is not. As Commissioner Dorban suggested, this site should be irrigated to the greatest extent possible. Obviously, you have some area that wouldn't be, but in the existing flood area. But some of these are code requirements, but it is fair to point out to the petitioner that that's what's coming down the road.
So, okay. Then probably the two largest elephants in the room is the use of what we call masonry versus what the petitioner is talking about, and just based upon the comments that I hear, and I don't even have to ask everybody, is the consensus is that the cementitious board are not, should not be considered part of our percentages of brick, of masonry. Yes.
I would just like to add a comment, right? I don't want to say in the olden days, but in the days when we required real brick, real stone, whatever, and then we have migrated to newer technology, the precast concrete panels that can be textured with brick, textured to look like stone, textured to look like various forms of other material. We have used those other entities in town, I think, to a great success on the precast concrete panels. So I would like to see what this, I presume it's a new material, hasn't been around for
years,
50 years.
About 20 years.
You know, I'd like to take a look at it and see maybe if you could give us some example locations that have a variety of textures and stuff that we could go look at, or bring in some samples that show, you know, I'd be willing to entertain that, because I think the precast stuff looks great and wears well, but precast is definitely masonry. So
definitely masonry, right.
That's my only comment
It's not,
on the subject.
I think Commissioner Dorban's definition, and what I heard was that this cementitious board are nailed. I think it was your description in the description that you had. Precast is not.
Right.
So it's maybe something that we should look at. So yes.
Yes, and one thing to keep in mind is there's this debate over interpretation of what is masonry and what is not. With regard to the ratio of bricks to non-bricks, however, your code does provide that for this development, that the determination of the ratio of brick to non-brick shall be determined at the concept review phase. So when the board gave its blessing to the ratio of brick and whatever else, whatever other type of masonry is being used, under your code, that was to have already been decided. Just so you keep that in mind. Now, you're talking about a debate whether this cement board qualifies as some other type of non-brick masonry or not.
No,
I just want to make that distinction clear.
So what you're saying is the village board determines the ratio of concrete material and not the plan commission?
No, it says under your code that the minimum masonry requirements on this development in the mixed-use district shall be determined during the concept review based on the location of the project and desired character of the specific area. So under the terms of the code, as of the end of concept review, when it is passed forward to this phase, the minimum masonry requirements have been set.
Okay, then
go ahead.
Can I now ask you a question? When in our ordinance does the plan commission get involved in concept approval? According to the ordinance that Andrew distributed, I believe that, let me see if I can find it in my notes. It states, where is my, where was that stuff, Andrew? Your, here it is, in Title 19-09.010, Item D, Types of Application. And under Item 1, that's on page, you don't have that.
I've got it here in front of me.
It says, this preliminary consultation with village staff and the Board of Trustees is mandatory prior to the application of a planned unit development. Submittal requirements are detailed under whatever. There is no formal approval associated. And the only time that the Plan Commission is mentioned is in Item 2, preliminary planned unit development, and then it goes on to give the requirements for submittal to the Plan Commission. So nowhere does it in our ordinance is a concept review and Plan Commission involvement required. And so are you telling me that the village board and staff determine according to your whatever it is, Item 6 on a couple of pages previous, that the minimum masonry requirements on all other developments in the mixed-use district shall be determined during the concept review based upon the location of the project and desired characteristics of the specified area. That's what the ordinance does state, that concept review and masonry requirements are determined. However, the Plan Commission has no ordinance requirement in the concept review process. So I'll ask you once again.
There is no, just to clarify, there's the PUD approval process is almost entirely in that 1909, Chapter 9. There are some references to it in the MX district. The ones that you're looking at in 1909, it's a repetitive section. So there's probably 3 in 1909 itself. You see types of applications, application process, kind of repeated. There are references in that same chapter of the Plan Commission concept review. There's one there that you just read. There isn't a repeat of that, but this concept review is described, I would say probably 2-3 times in that section.
Sure. If you went on in that 1909.010 Item E under point 1 that says submittal time frame, it says complete preliminary or final planned unit development submittal package shall be delivered to community development for scheduled distribution to the Plan Commission. again, here, nothing about concept plan, any kind of information description. So, I mean, don't, let's
It's
not.
required, and you had one. You did have a concept review. The Plan Commission did review this.
Okay.
It
Let me just say, and I hate, please guys, this is our problem, not your problem, okay? I've been on the Plan Commission 28 years. I've gone through a lot of PUD approval processes, whatever. I understand the processes for PUD submittal very closely. If you remember, I was the one that was always talking about getting the Plan Commission involved at the earliest possible potential. It's never been put in the ordinance. I really believe that the concept plan that you gave to us was done as a courtesy to the Plan Commission. I believe they have always been done as a courtesy to the Plan Commission, just to keep us appraised of what's coming in, what transpired at the village board meeting, what the village board's comments as a part of the official concept review, and that it was, again, just a courtesy to us. And I have never been aware ever that what is determined or approved or looked at in the concept review was binding in any way, shape, or form to the preliminary review. I've always been led to believe that the preliminary plan review is the heart of the thing, where we get to do our duty. And I'll be very frank, when it comes to the final plan, what we approved in the preliminary, we cannot change, we cannot touch, we can maybe move a tree or a bush, but that's it. So as far as I'm concerned, the preliminary is the heart and soul of everything that we do. So I'll be more than happy to take this conversation offline, but I think it's something that needs to be addressed in the future. So sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it begs the question, because we're discussing, I thought we were discussing the percentage of masonry on the buildings. And my assumption was that the cementitious board was included in the percentage of masonry. And the consensus that I have, that I sense, is that no, that should not be included in the percentage that is used to calculate the amount of masonry on the buildings.
There's two questions. I think the first question is this elevation as presented to the commission something that this commission would like to recommend approval of? So that's the question. They've got the materials labeled on it, and they're asking for your recommendation to the board of preliminary PUD approval. Now, the secondary question, as I see it to that, is how do you interpret that material? In the past, that material has been interpreted to satisfy the code requirement. The code requirement that we talk about, this masonry requirement, the specific reference in the code says masonry, stucco, glass. There's a couple of materials listed. I think we probably overused the word masonry in that, because EFIS, as you know, has been interpreted to meet the stucco. This particular material has been used and approved in buildings. We had a building, it's been used more than a few times, actually. The Hardy board cement fiber board has been used a couple of times. And for that reason, that is how we've applied the past use of the material to satisfy that requirement of the code. So first question then would be, is this elevation as presented acceptable? The second question, which really doesn't necessarily involve the petitioner, is it the intention of the village to continue to use that material to satisfy this requirement?
and I beg to differ with you, I think those questions should be reversed. Because if the second question, if the answer to the second question is no, then the appearance of these is not to our code. So they really have, those two questions really have to be reversed. They have to, your second one has to be asked first, because we then look at how, if that answer is no, then it has to be looked at to how do we increase the use of masonry in the appearance of these buildings.
Yeah, the reason that I had them in the reverse order is that the APUD does have with it the ability for the commission and the board to accept relief from the code as part of the total package. And the total package in this case could, by the time this is completed, could include code relief related to that. Whether or not, though, you get to that question, I guess the question, the reason I asked the other question first is, if it's acceptable, the code relief is implied with this moving forward.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess it's how, I guess it's where you're sitting in this one. I guess it's where you're sitting. I really don't know how to frame this question to the commission, but I guess I think to Commissioner Styland's point, I would like to see it in actual use. So if you can get us addresses of places that are close by, I think it's being used up on 22 and Milwaukee Avenue, and then bring in some actual materials, because we actually do want to see the materials. We brought up we do want to see the materials anyway.
And then I'd also like if we could somehow publish or distribute that information that Pam had from some ADMF, whatever site that said it wasn't.
American Society of Testing Materials?
Whatever, yeah. I mean, that would be a good thing for us to reference as well.
Right, okay. So that's on the brick, okay. The other one is the covered parking. And again, based upon what I've heard, I'm not going to take a poll, is that the consensus is that the variation that you're looking for, the 0.31, is not acceptable. So we're looking for ideas as how to increase that, and that I think is going to be up to you to try to figure that out on how to do that. Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say you will take a poll?
Well, I can take a poll, but based upon what I've heard,
I thought I heard 3.
Okay, so all right, I will take a poll then. The covered park. How can I word that?
Garages.
Garages. Do we need to see in? Well, no, because actually an increase in the garages might not necessarily. That can. I think Commissioner Styland, you mentioned increasing the size of the apartments could increase the percentage. So it's the
ratio.
The ratio. Should the ratio be increased for covered parking? Commissioner Dorban.
Yes.
Commissioner Zangara.
I just have a question.
Yes.
Covered?
Welcome to the group.
Garage.
It's covered. The ratio is our code says covered.
Mr. Chairman, may I interject a point of order? If you check 1905,
Yeah.
010 subsection F, it says garages required, and it says shall include a totally enclosed attached or detached garage with a minimum of 528 square feet. So that's what the code requires. It's not an enclosure. It is a garage, totally enclosed, not a carport.
Then it's my then I was completely wrong on it, because I'm thinking of something else that I need to then get clarification on at a later point. So it is a garage. So do we increase the ratio of garages?
I'd say no.
No. Commissioner Stalin?
Yes.
Commissioner Powers?
Yes.
And Commissioner Schaff?
Yes.
And I say no, but there's 4 yeses and 3 noes. Okay. And we get to, it was mentioned, and I'm going to take a poll that needs to be reviewed, of larger units in this development. I believe the smallest unit is somewhere around 785 square feet. I think that's what it was. 695, I'm sorry. I thought I said 795.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we go there, we've had the petitioner state some similar developments that they have recently built. I think the Oaks, is that what it's called? The Oaks in Vernon Hills?
Yeah, that's it. The Oaks is actually, we're breaking ground.
And that's an apartment, in addition to the townhomes, it's an apartment-style building fairly close to what?
Purpose-built multifamily building.
Could you tell us what the square foot sizes of the rooms that you're doing there are, just for comparative purposes?
They're exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
We have spent excessive time developing the right prototype building that functions and meets the market demand for this 1- and 2-bedroom market, and moved all the spaces around and made everything work to balance out garage parking and elevator service and premium units on corners and smaller units meeting different lifestyles. I mean, this building has been a work of extensive design development, to the point where we're getting a patent.
Could you speak into the microphone,
I'm sorry.
please?
To the extent, and Warren, please support this, we're getting a patent or a UL tested wall and floor and ceiling and demising wall separation that meets or exceeds performance standards, because it's the right thing to do, and we're taking advantage of modern technology, modern design. So that's really what's reflected in this project. When we talk about unit sizes, we start again from the lifestyle. All the components, walk-in closets, in-unit laundry, but you also factor in, today people all have flat screen TVs on their bedroom walls. No one has the gigantic, cabinets and no one has gigantic stereos. And these are the things that all come together to create a great unit. It's not, renters don't look at how much square footage, they look at the price and they look at the livability of the unit. If you didn't publish the square footage, they wouldn't know. They focus on how does it live. And that's what we focus on too.
And the other units that you did, I mean, those aren't apartment buildings per se, the South Coventry, Uptown Ridge, those aren't apartments.
Those were condos.
But not apartments, so the
Those were
room sizes.
Those were for sale pricing. We still operate from the same fundamentals, kind of what a master bedroom, how big it should be, and what components it should include.
And would they be relatively the same?
The big difference between for sale condos and rental apartments is, by and large, there were very few one-bedroom condos built in the suburbs, because it was more about resale, and when you buy a condo, you expect to be there for an extended period of time. When you rent an apartment, it serves a lifestyle need that you have in that moment. When your family expands, you can rent a larger unit, and there just weren't a lot of one-bedroom condos built in the suburbs.
And if I could just, because you did mention price, could you give us an example of what the average price for the Oaks versus the average price for a similar rental here would be? Would they be comparable with each other?
It would be very similar, within, a 5% probably. We've got a market study. I mean, I've got a market study in front of me that surveys 1,400 units that we consider to be our immediate sub-market comparable projects.
Can you give me an idea what you're considering your range?
Sure. The smallest one-bedroom starts at roughly $1,250 a month. If you wanted to rent a garage, that would be another $125 to $150 a month. Up to the largest two-bedroom, which is about 1,200 square feet, just under, rents for about $1,900 a month. Now, there are premiums based on your view, premiums based on the floor, if you got a pool view, but on average, we're at, about $1.68 per square foot, or our chunk price, I think is our average price is in the kind of $1,600, $1,700 a month.
And that's roughly the same target you're trying to do for Vernon Hills?
On the multifamily.
With a exactly similar building, right?
Yeah, within a few percentage points. And it puts us at the upper tier of our submarket. But we believe that people will pay a premium because this is a new project. It's a very well located. One thing I'd like to touch on regarding the parking, we have specifically cited this location because of its proximity to Metra. We're paying a premium to develop that site and paying a premium to be there. And that is one of the things that is attractive about transit-oriented development. It really is. The people that choose to be there will pay that premium. That's our belief, and that's the belief of pretty much all the suburban deals that are getting built today. Located approximately to a train.
I hope your development helps us get more frequent train service on the weekends.
Sure.
Hopefully it'll help spur bus development in town, so we get bus service on the weekends. So, I think you will help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. I guess the question on the table that we have is the size of these units. Are they appropriate? So I'm going to start with Commissioner Schaaf.
Chairman, if I may, while the commissioners are giving their thoughts, if you could give justification if you believe the unit should be larger, I think the record would benefit from your thoughts on why different size units would be appropriate. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaaf.
I think the units are substantial, and in my opinion, they're good.
Okay. Commissioner Powers. It's not that difficult of a question, unless you got another question coming.
I'd like to see them a little bit bigger.
Commissioner Stylen.
This is difficult. The benefit of a larger unit would be to increase the garaged parking ratio, and that would be my biggest benefit.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
I think these are sized, I have to believe that their studies have them on the right path. So
Commissioner Zangara.
Fine.
I think they're good.
Commissioner Dorban.
I would like to see them enlarged only because I believe that it has always been this commission's viewpoint and desire to raise the bar, and I think that's just another way to do it.
And I think they're appropriate also. So that's for saying that they're appropriate. Okay. We talked about fencing, so we'd probably like to see fencing. What type of fencing you're talking about added to the this session preliminary? Talked about photometrics. I talked about a walking path. Some detail as to what uses you could put into the floodway areas would be appropriate. We talked about irrigation. And the last item, and I'm not sure, we talked about the zoning, MXT versus residential. I'm not certain where to go with that. It's zoned MXT. It's an appropriate usage in MXT.
If I could
I
just-
need some.
I think
I
the
need some
standard the
clarification.
commission is looking for on this is, from the review of the intent of the MX districts, is it appropriate to accept the all residential development under the belief that the more appropriate retail site is along Dundee Road? I think that's, in a nutshell, the question. Is it appropriate to expect a rational pattern of land uses to favor non-residential use elsewhere? The petitioner is applying under the MX zoning and is in fact applying to rezone the church parcel to be MX as well. And residential plan unit developments are acceptable in the MX district. The question that you're asked by the code is it appropriate from a land use perspective to expect that the non-residential land use would be, in this case, closer to Dundee Road?
What he said. I fully I know where you're coming from. You know, this is the first developed site in this MXT district, and it's residential. And we then have the control over what happens after that. And you're right, Commissioner Steilen. The next person that comes in, you know, we're going to expect something commercial along Dundee Road.
But I mean, it has to now.
Yeah, but the MXT is just not this area. The MXT is rather large. So
Well, I think the ordinance says on adjacent parcels.
This particular site is if you zoom out,
yeah.
If you zoom out to the MXT as a whole, most of the sites in the MXT are closer to what I believe the commission would view as a commercial thoroughfare. Northgate Parkway, while it does have industrial to the north, is more of a connector road. And I think that it's rational for the Plan Commission to look at this site and say that it is less likely to be successful as a retail location than the other MXT sites.
That's the other thing.
If you continue on east and west, the majority of the MXT has direct access to a street that has a commercial character.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the question, I'll just ask simply, is this usage appropriate in the MXT, in this area? Commissioner Dorban.
Repeat the question so I understand exactly what I'm...
Well, 4/5 of this project is in the MXT district right now. 7 of the 9 buildings. 2 are not, and they're zoned I3. So Commissioner Steilen brought up the fact that maybe this should be rezoned to a residential, because that limits the potential use of the property to the south, because in MXT it's got to be adjacent to commercial. And the question is for this usage, this site, is MXT the appropriate zoning, I guess?
Is there any additional cost or anything to, rather than rezoning one parcel from whatever it is to residential, to rezoning the big parcel to residential? I mean,
There's no purpose to it. It is a given that residential plan unit developments are acceptable in the MXT. There's no purpose, with the application in front of you as it is, there's no purpose to considering zoning this away from the MXT to be an R4 property.
Well, I don't know. You know, I look at the,
It's a given that their application has this zoning in it. The zoning was decided by the village. The village designated this site as an MXT site several years ago.
based on
That
the
is-
fact that commercial property was going to be included.
No, based on the fact that it was in close proximity to the train station and is expected to be a dense transit-oriented area.
I don't know. I just have a problem having something be mixed use, and yet stuff that is being proposed for the site is a single use. And even though there is a condition that does allow single use to be used, it puts burden on the next guy. And
Mr. Stylen, I think this has already been decided.
Okay.
I don't think it, actually, I'm not even going to poll. This has already been decided that this is an MXT, and that's what the use is going to be.
Okay.
Okay. Those were the concerns that I have listed. Did I miss any?
Storage.
Well, I talked storage. I talked storage that they had to, they need to find a more appropriate storage. I did mention that.
Okay.
Right.
Just that we wanted to make sure that elevators were marked on the plans.
Yeah,
You got that?
I had that one too.
Okay.
I mentioned that one. I mentioned the
And
irrigation.
Jim, while you talked about AT&T and I talked about satellite technology, we got to cover cable TV. I don't want to see wires going in every outside.
Yeah,
of the
you know,
building.
and also I've seen in development, speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up. I've seen dishes, actual dishes that have matched the exterior of buildings. I've seen developments where they've had that, but what you're talking about, so I think we'd like the technology probably a little bit better defined is probably a term to use, because we're not going to tell you what, how to do it, but better defined. So.
Did we add something about that there would be one owner for all the pieces of property? Because there's two now. It's separated, but I want it mentioned that it stays one owner.
Well, it can't stay one owner. Because they can, if the project is developed, in a number of years, investors could come and buy it and invest in it, and that's what I was talking about before.
But the problem with that is then we end up with another complex that we have here in town, and that's an issue. And I don't know how to fix that.
I believe that the lots would be consolidated into one lot of record at the time that they were developed, and furthermore, the village has problems restricting the transfer of property by zoning conditions. I wouldn't recommend that the village insert such a condition in this case.
So is your concern the two phases?
No,
the two
my
parcels?
concern is that two parcels are treated as one.
Well, they are.
Okay.
They are going to be treated as one.
Going forward, I don't want to see them split up. I don't know how we fix that, or if we can.
I think they're purchasing the property, and Mr. Smith, you just said it. How did you say it, that it's going to be?
Well, I believe that they would either consolidate the lot into one lot of record, or if they maintained it as two separate lots, the approval would be for the entire development. They would need to basically turn in the PUD if they wanted to sell them as two separate lots, which would destroy the value that they've added by constructing the improvements.
Right. Yeah. So it's going to be one development, one owner for the whole complex, all 9 buildings.
Fine.
Okay. All right.
And I don't know, do we add the irrigation system?
I
piece of it?
mentioned that also, yes.
Okay.
Yep. No. Anything else?
Just one thing, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. I don't like to play architect, but if you bump those garages out a little bit, could you put storage behind them from the inside hallway? that would address your
I think the
storage
question is
issue.
the depth of the garage.
Yeah.
Is
if
it
you were to-
deeper than a car? Is that the
They
question?
vary in depth.
Oh, they do?
But if you were to bump them out a little bit,
It would be cost prohibitive to bump them out, to expand the footprint, result in a change to the foundation, and many other complexities that would arise from doing so.
And I guess back to the original request that we have is the lack of storage needs to be.
We will revisit
Right,
the
exactly.
allocation of storage.
And then the other, really, the bigger one, and I'm not sure how we address that at this point in time, is the cementitious board. These gentlemen are going to get us examples, and I guess we're going to have to wait until the next meeting to determine if that is something acceptable, and then we move forward from there.
Yeah,
But-
you make a recommendation at that point.
but
Right.
didn't Mr. Smith say that in the concept, it's been approved and?
The code provides that the ratio of masonry to non-masonry
Well-
is set when a mixed-use PUD is considered at the concept phase.
So I guess I would like clarification on that, because I agree with Mr. Stylen that that would really surprise me, because then I don't know why, those, and that's a small thing, but then that leads me to believe that whatever they're saying in the concept comes to us and we have no control over it.
Well,
And I think we have some control over some of these things.
Let me read what the code provides. This is what the village board has adopted in the zoning ordinance. I can give you the citation if you like. It's section 19.05.010 L6. It's the last sentence. Minimum masonry requirements on developments of this type in the mixed-use districts shall be determined during the concept review based on the location of the project and desired character of the specific area. Now, the board set that requirement, obviously understanding the three-part PUD process. The PUD process does include consultation with staff, a meeting with the board, and a workshop meeting with the Plan Commission. After those things are done, the concept review is complete.
It's interesting, because we've never done it that way before. We've always had input, so precedent was set, it seems to me.
It has been, that requirement was added. There was a plan unit development that came through, one of the last ones actually, back in 2008. During the workshop stage, it wasn't clearly understood how much of the building would be masonry. So there was this idea that should be addressed earlier on to avoid confusion later on.
We're ready to take this offline. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not for a conversation here. We need to,
Right.
I mean, that's within our own shop. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I add one more thing?
yes,
Traffic study, is that part of the final? Are we going to ask for an updated traffic study?
the traffic study was updated. The current tables in there are, and if I'm speaking wrong, the information that's in the packet is the current traffic study. Correct?
Okay.
If somebody could come up here and say that in the microphone instead of nodding, that would be great. I'd appreciate that.
Again, Tim Doran from Gould Hamilton. The traffic study that's enclosed in your pack, and I understand from Mr. Jennings, is at the back, and that's what I saw, is the current updated traffic analysis.
Right.
That compares traffic generated by the former developments to the new proposed development.
Okay. And then the summary is based upon the new information that you have along with the other information. So the summary that you put in there where it says an increase of one, what do we call it? One
Yeah, it's about an additional car per minute.
car per minute.
Yes.
So that's all current.
It is current and
Right.
uses best practices, and it uses standards used by the Illinois Department of Transportation, and usually traditionally approved by your engineering department.
We just want a clarification.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powers asked you
Yes, I'm
if
sorry.
that was,
Sorry,
if
Mr.
that was
Powers,
current,
address that to you.
and we wanted to make sure it was current. So,
Yes.
okay.
It was done at the end of June.
Great, thank you. So, is there any, Mr. Nix, is there any, do you have any questions about what we are looking for at the next meeting? Because we're going to continue this?
I believe we're looking at July 25th.
Is it continuation?
Is the
Right.
is the
Yeah.
date that
I
this-
just wanted to make sure I was using the right term,
And-
continue.
Yes, continue. And I'm typing the questions to provide additional information in response to. I'm typing that. You'll have that with you when you leave today, and I'll read them off in a moment. But that's basically each one of these issues should have some sort of response, additional information, either update to the plan or additional information to respond to the question. I had.
So, where I was going though, what I was asking is that if there's any clarification that you need from us right now while we're all sitting here. Anything? I'm sure you can talk to Mr. Jennings and he can contact me and, you know, we can do something. So, but before you go there, the rezoning, should we wait on that to?
I would vote on them together.
Together, okay. Okay. You have, you were going to list something to me.
Yes. So the questions, some of these obviously are fairly cut and dry. That the final plan illustrates sidewalk along Northgate Parkway. The fence is added along the west property line. Third one was picked up from, I got a lot of nods on the question of investigating the possibility of a TIF project to extend the sidewalk toward Dundee. Number 4, final plan include landscape irrigation as required by the code. Number 5, the petitioner include a walking path for the perimeter. I would imagine that's something you'd have to investigate with your slopes and everything too. So is it fair to say investigate?
Yes.
For that one?
It's fine by me, yes.
Provide some indication of potential uses for the floodplain area to the south. Number 7, then, examples of cement fiberboard use and a physical sample.
You have addresses, specifically addresses of the uses.
Yeah. And the staff has some as well.
Okay.
The next one, responding to the issue of, there's a 4-to-3 poll on responding to the issue of increasing the ratio of covered parking. Sorry, I'm typing that one. And provide additional detail on storage. Now, did I cover them?
Yeah, you did. Yes, right. Do we have the irrigation? Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's good.
To contact the fire department and go through the
Yeah, and we probably need that more detail at our next meeting because there are a number of, I haven't seen a report that big in a long time, Ron.
Especially the Grasscrete, because I think we're not quite in favor of. Right, so, I mean, we probably need to come up with some alternative solution to Grasscrete, so.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Powers, seconded by Commissioner Johnson to continue to July 25th. I don't think it's a voice vote. We need a vote.
Commissioner Powers?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, I vote yes. Commissioner Dorband?
Yes. Yes.
You okay there?
I'm losing my voice. My
Commissioner
husband will
Schaaf?
be thrilled.
Commissioner Schaaf?
Yes.
Commissioner Steinle?
Yes.
Commissioner Zangara?
Yes.
And Chairman Rufato.
Yes.
I'm printing that up so you can take a copy of that with you.
We have approval of minutes from June 20th.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll wait for Mr. Jennings to come back for other business. Thank you, gentlemen.
On your way out, when would you guys think of trying to get started on this project? Assuming everything flows. By next year, right? Good.
Guys do good work.
Thank you, gentlemen.
What else have you done tonight?
John, thank you. Nice meeting you. I'm terrible at names, so. Other business. Commissioner Dorban.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Nothing other than the fact I will not be here on the 25th.
Okay. So, Commissioner Schaaf, you're the Secretary Pro Tem for the 25th. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, so you're it, buddy. Right here.
Right there. That's my spot over there?
That's your spot as the Secretary Pro Tem, right next to me.
I understand.
Come on down.
Commissioner Steinle, anything?
Just a follow-up question. I sent Andrew a question about Jiffy Lube and their mansard. Red paint is peeling and doesn't look real good. Last touch, you said it was being addressed.
They're on our enforcement radar. They have indicated that they are removing the paint to paint it. So they're staying in touch with us, but they're on. I don't know if Ms. Jones has an additional update from property maintenance, but they are on our enforcement radar and have been in touch with our property maintenance inspectors for that. I do not have a date, but that's what we've been told.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Powers?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Schaaf?
No, I have nothing, thank you.
Mr. Zangara, welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have any, I kept you for last, if you have any type of questions, comments about stuff that you see in the village, or questions about meetings, you can ask them in other business. Anything?
No, I'm good for tonight.
Thank you.
I just thought it was because my last name was Z.
Yeah, really? No, I figured I'd save you for last, because normally Commissioner Steinle has something that you can use it as an example for other business, but he did have one, that type of stuff, enforcement. Just a couple of comments. If no one had, if anyone has not seen the meeting from Monday night, the village board meeting, there were two discussion topics. One was the airport district, and two was some sidewalk, that I just didn't understand.
It was all how to fund it.
Yeah, how to fund it. I think we'll have some discussions at a later point in time on both of those. I think for the airport district, you had mentioned August sometime.
It's likely going to be August, we do have to send a little bit of follow-up to the board, and then we'll set up a hearing. Because it's being viewed as a comprehensive plan update, it will be a hearing in front of the Plan Commission.
Great. Okay, good. And I too would like to echo, I think Commissioner Steinle said it at the board meeting the other night. The July 3rd festivities here were really nice. It was a nice evening under the stars, though you couldn't see the stars because of the threatening storm that just missed us. So it was a great evening. I thought it was very nice. And then lastly, this question about the concept review and the percentages, it probably shouldn't have gone into that much discussion in front of the petitioners, but we did because it was generated. But we really need some clarification there because, to be honest with you, I was always under the impression that concept was concept. We like the idea. Let's move forward with it and send it over to the PC so we can scrutinize it, make changes, and making changes is even percentages of what masonry and brick is. So I was taken by surprise with that. I should have cut it off in the beginning. You know, it's not something that we need to discuss, but I think part of it was that we were all surprised by that. So I really, Mr. Smith, this is probably going to go, back to you guys as to how this is supposed to be interpreted. Because if that's really the case, then what else is decided at the concept? And was in this specific case, was it specifically called out that this percentage was good?
No, it probably wasn't asked.
So then how?
Because everybody's thinking it's a concept. So they don't
The
get
ordinance
specific.
The ordinance is really quite clear on that matter. So maybe we just need to take a look at it again and adjust.
Sure, and then, you also have the possibility, as we do make zoning code updates from time to time, we can put this on our list of things for the next round of, does concept review have some level of formal approval associated with it? It's actually ordinance.
That's an interesting way to put it. Is there some formal review that we missed out on?
Do you take a different tactic, make the preliminary review different than what it is, make the concept review different than what it is? I mean, so
Yeah.
That's like a question for another day, is what do you take and build on from this?
Okay.
Will we be getting some locations where this board is used?
Yes.
So we can look at, not that it's going to make a difference.
The one from the photograph was the new Fresh Market on 45 at 22 in Vernon Hills.
Oh, that's a series of buildings, right?
The Fresh Market is a standalone.
Yeah, it's standalone.
It's huge.
The other photograph that they didn't leave up for very long was Long Grove has a development that's got a CVS. It's on 83. The north side of 83 at, what's the name of that?
Aptekissick?
It's near Aptekissick. I mean,
Aptekissick and Hit.
It's Robert Parker Coffin
So
Road.
the Sunset Foods development?
Yeah.
Robert Coffin.
Robert Coffin, yes. That one has an extensive use of hardy board in it. Those two are relatively close by.
Do we know of any that are older? Because it's been around 10 years. Brand new ones are always going to look nice.
I'll try to find. The reason the new one, I think, is a good example is because it has some of the same variation. It's got more than one type of panel on it, and it's got the same sort of brackets on it. The Fresh Market one has those brackets similar to the brackets that are going to be used here. So I'll ask around and see if we can find something that's in the
5 to 10 year.
5 to 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Paul, do you have any experience with this stuff?
I have not. I actually looked it up today online and actually called because I have not used it. I do a lot of commercial and industrial, so it's a lot of the precast, so this was kind of new.
My daughter's got it on her house, hardy board. And that's probably
we can all
6
go over
years
there.
old. Yeah, 6 years old, and it really looks nice. It really does look nice. So, okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.